the spiritual encrypted encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. For those that are tuning in on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, those who follow my stream, short wheels under APCS 895. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope that everybody is doing well. I'm your host, APCS. Let me share out this to the groups that allow me to share my content. Okay. Who we got here? We got somebody named Zan. We got brother Andres Carizales. I'm not starting, right now any prayers for anybody, man, because I've been getting targeted myself. I've done setting up prayers for people. Uh, Tonight is about spiritual encrypted encounters, and I'm gonna address certain issues with these individuals. So I'm waiting to see who jumps up. I'm not starting with no prayer because right now, brother HCS is out of the equation. Not to be mean or anything like that, but I'm going to address some issues here tonight. This able people. That's what I wanted. If y'all want to bring some of the folks in from the paratroopers in, you could bring them in. But I'm going to address this people. Even though I have to do it alone, is these people are nobodies. They've never been that they can feel Sarn Sia's boots. Uh, they haven't been where I've been. Uh, they like to twist things around, take things out of context. If I tell somebody that I'm going to do that, they're challenging me, right? In which I've been challenged by these individuals numerous times. That they challenge and they're going to kick my ass or something. Me as a combat veteran, I'm going to address the issue and give them a response. And the response that RNCS would say is, bring it, line up, let's do it. Because the RNCS doesn't back away from no fight. So that's what I'm going to address here tonight. You know, I don't like going back and forth with people, and these people are about games. As you notice, these people, that's all they do. They have no content uh, of any kind of sort. But I'm going to address that issue tonight. I see that brother Josh Turner is not not doing his show, so tonight I will not try to have any guests here. I will just address the issue of what I see, and I'm gonna talk about this, because I do have receipts of this individual, how wicked he is, and I already put the receipts. Uh, I have the receipts on my messenger from the last conversation I had with the individual that we call the creep keeper, farting. I got receipts from our last conversation that I ever had with this guy, which was in 2024, right? Um, and I'm going to address this just tonight. Um, the only thing I have to say about these people that have threatened me, that's the only way you'll get a reaction out of Sarncias. Man, who want to mess around, first of all, with a combat veteran? Uh, do y'all know what a combat veteran is? And you want to mess with a combat veteran? You want to talk mess about me as the person that I am, where I've been, what I've done? When you come at me in a negative way, I'm the type of person, like, if you got a problem with me, well, let's settle it, right? Let's settle it. Brother Josh Turner can verify that. When they were trying to get him to come up against me, I told him the same thing that I tell everybody else. I don't back away from fights. I told him we don't have to sign a waiver, so let's handle it straight up, because that's who I am as an individual. I'm a man of my word. If somebody gets the best of me, which nobody has, then they get the best of me. But if I get the best of them, which means whoop their ass, right? That's what that means. Whoop their ass. They shouldn't be crying about it. But I'm a man of my word. Uh, I've gotten threatened numerous times. The guy from Fort Worth, Sean, that I brought on here on the show, he was drunk. He was pissed off because I didn't go to David from Texas funeral. David from Texas was not my friend, right? So he's saying that he wanted to come up here to Temple, Texas, and kick my ass. That's what I see when people threaten me. That's what I see. It's on seals because I've been in combat and I've been in numerous fights, undefeated. So I see a guy talking smack. So I'm going to respond to the, how should I say? There's a word for that. I'm going to respond to their, how should I say it? What's the proper word that I'm looking here for? Uh, there's a certain word that I'm looking for here. Their bluff, because it's all they're doing. They're talking a big game. Me, I'm the type of person. Talk is talk. Talk is cheap. If you're going to do something, well, then do it. Right. This guy said he was going to come over here to the mall or somewhere here for Halloween, and he was going to whoop my ass. That's what he said. That dude is affiliated with the Roach Camp, with all those individuals, right? Said he was going to whoop my ass. Said he was a big guy. I seen the guy at the PRT conference. I've defeated bigger guys than that fool. Way bigger. I'm talking about 6'9". I've defeated people that are 6'9" when I was in the Badingo fights. And I'm not that big of a guy. But I'm a warrior. You see? I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior heart. I've always been a warrior. Physical and spiritual. I've been a spiritual warrior since I was 3 years old. So I got these people that are bent out of shape, right? Well, that guy, if he would have come drinking or drunk like he gets, Sarncias would have taken care of him real freaking quick. Because you want to fight Sarncias, you better be prepared. Because the weakness was, this was your weakness, buddy. Sarncias would have been all over you, right? You got a guy that challenged Sarncias too. Fat Titty Cuffington. Sorry if I don't address anybody on the things. I will back up in a moment. Fat Titty Cuffington said that he was going to whoop my ass because he was mad because sister. This is the way that this fool was acting. He wanted me to side with him, with Larry, and the guy from Germany to take their side or Wolf's side, right? He said, "Oh, he was trying to kick your ass before. Why you want to side with him? You can come with us. Not that I'm trying to get you to pick sides. You see, I was already onto you all along, Titan. That's why I unfriended you. You got mad. First of all, you came crying to me like a bitch that you are about Madeline, like if she broke your heart or some crap when she didn't have no relationship with you. Then you make this big. You're still going at it for the past 2 years, ever since that incident. Is it what, a year, 2 years now? You still crying about it like the bitch that you are. Still crying about it. Looking into the past. You're living 2 years ago. But you did say you wanted to kick my ass. That's what you said. So RC has responded to you, and so RC has told you where you wanted at, the Bucky's or at the truck stop. I'll meet you there. What'd you do? Nothing but freaking crickets, like the bitch that you are. You didn't respond to me in any kind of way, shape, or form. You didn't come. You didn't freaking say nothing, nothing, because you're you're nobody. You're not a man. You talk a big game, but you ain't gonna do shit. So I said, okay, this guy here's another one. Here's another punk ass pussy that wants to talk, say he's gonna do this, but when it comes down time to do it, he don't want to do it. So okay, I'm not gonna pay attention to this fool anymore. Get rid of his ass, right? So then this other idiot tilts from the crypt. Barton Lindley. Brother Josh Turner done bend his back for your ass. He's like, oh no, Abe, don't that's he's a good friend. He's not like that. You know why he was telling me that he's a good friend? He's not like that because he insulted me. He was defending Larry, his homeboy, just like some other people defend Lion Barton, right? They're saying that they're old friends. I'm not saying who they are, but we will talk about all this crap in a moment because I don't got time playing games with nobody. I don't got time playing with charades. And if you don't like what I'm saying here tonight, you can go ahead, unfriend yourself, and go fuck yourself because I don't give a shit. I'm just talking about how these people that come into my life talking all this shit but can't back it up, right? They're trying to. The only shit they can talk is over the freaking computer because they're punk asses. I think one time I had the open Soren CS challenge. You ever remember correctly? That's what I had. So the reason Barden didn't like, I already know what the reason is that these people didn't like me. It had nothing to do with Larry, in which he made it because he's saying that Larry's his buddy. But I don't know why. You gotta see the bigger picture. He can say it was about Larry, that he was defending a friend, like other people defend friends, right? Uh, that he said that it was about Larry, that that's his friend, that and he started saying that all this crap about me that to kiss his ass. I said, then I responded to him. So well, how about you bring your skinny ass to Texas? Right, this is after the conference, and we'll settle it. If you dislike me that much, but I already knew that there was a bigger picture. Whereas the bigger picture was the good old boys. Good old boys is a term used for white people. What do I mean about white people? KKK, racist people, good old white boys. Like the Dukes of Hazzard. Good old white boys. That means it's a white boy thing. So right there, and then while I was in the conference, I wanted to see who this good old white boys was, and I figured them out who they are. But I didn't say nothing to nobody, right? Because I see the bigger picture. But and I said, okay, I'm gonna let them. They give themselves up, and they have. I already know who they are, and it's a lot more than what people think, right? It's beyond the Fat Titty Cuffetons, the Roach, Mike McGee, the freaking creeper farting. There's more people involved in that. There's a lot more people involved in that. I'm just telling you. People that are been infiltrating, you know, they target me because I bring the spiritual aspect of things. They target me because I believe in Jesus Christ. That's what they target me, because I'm bringing the truth to y'all here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And they dislike that. No, they say that they believe in a God, but the acts that they do is not of Jesus Christ, because they literally do indirect witchcraft in which they wish bad upon people. And we've seen it happen numerous times from the people in that camp, from Barton, from Dana Ortega, from Larry Dirty Fisher, that they do something, but it's not about Jesus Christ. It's an indirect form of witchcraft that they use verses from the Bible. That's what I noticed. That's why I unfriended Dana Ortega way before everybody else, because I noticed the indirect witchcraft she was doing. Right? Just because a person talks about scripture doesn't mean that they're holy or that they're affiliated with Jesus Christ. If you think about it, they talk about the Old Testament. That's where they're stuck in the Old Testament and the times of the idolism of the fake gods, right? So that's what they do, a form of worship of things of the past. That's who they worship. When they talk about the Leviathan, what the Leviathan is way in the past, just like other ones that are from the past. The dragon is from the past, maybe from another time before the earth got destroyed and got recreated by the Garden of Eve. Now, I'm more sure this theirs had to be purified because many times before the Garden of Eve. So those are the things they're talking about, things of the past, and they're calling about this God, this false idealism of the past, right? Because that's what they believe in. So they target me because I believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah, there was things that existed in the past, right? There was things that existed in the past, the Nephilim, the fallen angels, Lucifer, the things that are called the DDN, the Leviathan, the Bohemian, and many other things of the past, right? We don't know how many times God just purified this earth, and I'm more sure as we dig into the ground that there's fossils of different things. There's underneath the ocean. There's civilizations there that are underneath the ocean, because I'm more sure that this earth has been rebuilt numerous times by the Heavenly Father, and I'm more sure it will happen again. It will happen again as we see all the evil that's here on this earth. It will happen again, right? But for one thing that I know for sure is that it's the Heavenly Father that's purifying and rebuilding, purifying and rebuilding. His Son is Jesus Christ, and that's the only way to make it into the kingdom of heaven is Jesus Christ. I'm just letting you know. This people, that's why they dislike spiritual encrypted encounters, because I speak in truth, right? I'm going to show you in a moment how wicked these people are, because I do have receipts on this certain individual that's been targeting Paranormal Roundtable, and I'm sorry that I did not go into prayer right off the bat, because I feel that I have to speak what I have to speak first before I even do any kind of prayer. So this is what I'm going to do in a moment. I will share how truly this person, how wicked he is, right? Because of the last conversation I had with him about a year ago. I can remember the date that I had the last conversation with Farton Nunley, or Barden, whatever the hell his name is. Uh, all I know is that I didn't come into the cryptid community because of believing in cryptids. I got involved into the cryptid community because somebody's wife that was in Live Workers Life Feeds of the World seen one of them, my pictures, showed it to her husband. Her husband contacted me, and he referred me to uh, Dogman Encounters Vic. That's how I went up in the cryptid community. That's how I went up in the crypto because I got brought in to share a story of a picture that I had. Not that I believe in Bigfoots, I believe in Dogman, that I believe in Goldman or anything like that. And the only reason you say spiritual and cryptid encounters is because when I brought the spiritual aspect of things, cryptozoologists got pissed off. People that believe in Bigfoots got pissed off, or believe in cryptids got pissed off because I was bringing the spiritual truth into the matter. And some of those people even know that it's written in the Bible, right? So they got pissed off because the lies that they've built, eventually the truth will be revealed through Jesus Christ, through what's in Scripture, what's written in the Bible. We're not talking about the disembodied demonic Nephilim. I just don't talk about it, brothers and sisters. I show the evidence. I show the short reels. I show the pictures that this thing still exists here in this world because they didn't go nowhere, but they're in spirit form, uh, disembodied form. Couldn't go nowhere. They couldn't go to where their fathers were chained up. They didn't go. They couldn't go where the Watchers were because the Watchers were fallen angels, right? They couldn't go there because they were created by the Watchers and by women. The woman that slept with the Watchers is because they wanted to sleep with them. They wanted the power, right? They wanted the power when they were running havoc here on this earth. So what happened to the woman? They became sirens. That's what they became, sirens. When the earth got flooded, they became sirens. Some people might know them as mermaids, but they're called sirens in the Bible. And, of course, some are harpies. But in the Bible, they're called sirens. That's what they went to. The women that were the mothers of, because they're human, they changed form into sirens. So there we go. That's why the cryptid community, people from the Bigfoot community, dislike this this videos. Let me make sure I'm not sharing it to some of these groups where they don't allow me to share because I haven't talked anything bad about nobody. But let me make sure I'm not on their channel because I don't want nobody to get upset because I won't be talking about their buddies. All right. So let me make sure. Let me double check. Let me double check. I'm sure that I'm not in their groups talking about anything. Right. I'm out of one. Okay, we're good. I'm not sharing this post in the groups because they're supposedly buddies with Bart Nunley. They're buddies with Bart Nunley. But it's kind of like how should I say? So I'm not going to share that platform. I'm not even going to say the platform's name, but I will talk about this individual, even though it's your buddy. I'm not posting nothing on there on your group, but I will talk about your buddy. I will say that your buddy is a piece of shit, just to let you know. And I know that you're going to protect your own kind. The good old boys. I know you're going to protect your own kind. You know, and I'm not going to show the conversation we had earlier. You're doing your own thing. You're doing your own thing, right? In your group, and I'm going to leave it at that. But I know that you're protecting the good old boys and the people, that some of your moderators or some of the people that are coming against Paranormal Table and me, because I know they are, because I see them making the comments. So you said you don't tolerate that, but the people that are your moderators are coming after us. What is that saying? Are they if they're your moderators, they represent you, and they're doing these things out of your channel? It's okay, but they're still representing you, which means that they're affiliated with you. So if they're affiliated with you, what is it saying about you that you're affiliated with the people that are coming up against us, right? Because if you didn't want no drama in your channel, how come you letting people attack people, other groups out of your channel? But it's okay. That's like, sounds like bullshit to me. That's telling me that you don't want the drama there because you're not trying to show yourself that you're part of that. But you're allowing the same people that are your moderators come mess with us out here, right? Sounds like bullshit to me, because if it was like that, you would take those people off as off your moderators, but you're not, because to me you're in cahoots with them. Doesn't matter what kind of bullshit comes out of your mouth, or try to pretend that you're not part of that. If you're allowing it, whether it's on your platform or off your platform, you're allowing it, which makes you part of that, right? It makes you part of that. Doesn't matter to me who you're affiliated with. Doesn't matter to me what you represent or what you think you represent. Affiliation is affiliation. But you're allowing it. You know how you're allowing it? Because you're not saying nothing about it. You could say something to me about it, right? You send me a message, you said something to me about it. Said it to me. Brought down my video of, let's talk about it. But you're not addressing them because they've been friends with you longer. Huh? Your moderators that are your current moderators are talking shit about Brother Just Turner, about me, and they're in your group talking shit over there. And they're your moderators. What is that saying? What is it saying about you, man? That means that you're affiliated with them too. I mean, you said it to me. That's your buddy. That's your homeboy. The good old boys. That's why I said, let's talk about it. Wicked, delusional people. You say that's your homeboy, right? That he don't do nothing wrong. Stop talking about my friend. Oh, you're in Larry's name. Larry, that's your buddy too, right? How about if I say you're all the good old bullshit boys? How about the good old not man enough to handle business boys? How about that? Mano, you're not man enough. Larry's not a man. Farden is not a man. But you see, I'm going to talk the shit that I'm going to talk here tonight with no regrets and no remorse, because I'm not affiliated with you like that. I've been invited to your groups. But I see how it is that there's kind of like double standards here. No, how can you tell me? How can you pull down my video of me defending myself because y'all bombarded me, attacking my friends? But it's okay. It's all. Don't worry about it. I got it. I got it. Keep on doing what y'all doing. I got it. Well, guess what? I got my voice. That's what I'm telling you, and I'm talking about it right now. And you know who you are. You know what people I'm talking about here, brothers and sisters. So and I will look at all the comments later on. I'm not even looking at the comments. I'm talking straight to the camera right now. These people are delusional people. You know where they're pissed off? These people, the delusional people attack positive spiritualists was my original group because I brought the spiritual aspect of things into the cryptic community before anybody was talking about the spirit or anything like that. Because everybody was trying to say that the dogman and the Bigfoot was a flesh being. So I was being attacked by cryptozoologists. I was being uh, attacked by Scientologists. I was being attacked by people that make fucking footprints of supposedly Bigfoots. I was being attacked by the Bigfoot communities that they permanently deleted my Facebook account because they wanted to put a stop to me, saying that I was going to cause problems for them. So they targeted my Facebook, that got permanently deleted by Facebook, that they totally erased my account, that erased positive spiritualists. They're like, yay, we got his ass. We've been doing this for a long time. We got his ass. Fuck that dude. We got him. We erased him. So I prayed that night when that happened. I had my wedding pictures of my wedding in there, and I had pictures of my son, everything that I had, all the works that I did, that I was going in Elms Grove. They attacked me, and everything got erased. But you see, when you go through something, you experience it. It's here. That I don't need no pictures. I don't need no videos to talk about what I experienced. I said to the Heavenly Father, what should I, before I even said do, I already know the answer. Rebuild. In which these idiots didn't know that I had a backup account. So I'll continue to press on forward, and I created spiritual and cryptid encounters. Why would I put spiritual and cryptid encounters if I really do not believe in cryptids? For the idiots of the cryptid community that believe in Bigfoots or whatever the case might be that they believe in honor of y'all's deception and cowardness attacking me, that's why I say spiritual and cryptid, and that's the only reason cryptid is there. I left it up there so I can remember that the people that attacked me, that destroyed my Facebook account, for me to know that to never give up, to continue to push forward, no matter what names comes up there that I can replace as cryptid, for me to continue to go forward on the mission. The task at hand is not to give up on doing what I'm doing. So let's talk about this, brothers and sisters. You know, and another thing, if you don't want me in your group, just put me out, man. Get me out of your group. If you don't want me there, get me out of there. But you're not going to control me, me saying what I got to say, because I'm going to say what I have to say. whether you like it or not. And that's speaking truth. I'm not about games. Games or for people like Barton Lundy, uh, uh, McGee, just people that like playing games that, or the other people that are affiliated with them, that they play games. I'm not about games, right? You know, people that want to make fun of people's how they look or whatever. I know I've done that, but the only time I've done that is out of response to defending myself. I want to, brother Josh Turner. Tonight, I am addressing this right now. You know, I'll drop you a link later on, but I'm addressing this issue right now because I don't want to say, I don't want people to think that I'm doing this because of you. No, I'm doing it for me because I'm the one that's been targeted for a very long time, longer than y'all have been targeted. There's been a lot of people that have been targeting me, and I'm not talking about the people that target you right now. I've got people target me that come up to my house. In the past, I had a guy target me because of politics. That he said he was in MMA or UFC, right? Saying that he was going to kick my ass. And I said, look, man, I know that you do this training in the UFC or MMA. I'm just here to tell you I'm not afraid of you. No matter the training that you do, I'm just going to let you know that I am a combat veteran and I've seen war and I've overcome my enemy. This guy said that it was going to come kick my ass. Well, guess what? 2 days passed by. You know, they can track you down through your coordinates of your IP address. I'm in my house. I hear the doorbell ring. I seen a guy that weighs probably like 205. It's the same guy that told me he was going to come kick my ass. He was on my front door steps. Open door, he's standing there, and I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. Then when he looks at me, and I'm looking at him, he knew, a word to a warrior. He knew because at that moment I was Recon One, and I was waiting to see what he was going to do, so I can do what I had to do. He made the trip. One thing that I did say to him, you know, is make sure if you come that you have a will for your family because you might not make it back home. Especially when he said he was going to come to my house and kick my ass. That's a threat right there, right? Somebody said they're going to come to your house and do something to you. That's literally, and he showed up. He was a man of his. Out of a lot of people, that guy was a man of his word. He showed up at my house, but he wasn't a man enough to play it out, to see what the outcome was going to be. He did not. He see me, it's like you could see it in his eyes, doubt, and it's like no. He turned around, got in his vehicle, and he wasn't alone either. He got in his vehicle and took off instead. He did the right thing that he took off instead. Because if he would have stepped into the threshold of my home, he wasn't going to make it out. Uh, he wasn't going to make it out. I'm just letting you know that he would not. It didn't matter who he trained from, the MMA or the UFC. He wasn't going to make it out of my house. I knew he wasn't going to make it out of my house. So there you go. I hope you take a short reel of this, of what I'm saying here. I am a man of my word. You come at me in a negative way, I will defend this foundation, this vessel. And there's people that come up against me. They have insulted me in many ways. I have so many numerous times. Right? To me, they're not worth my time, but I am making the time right now. And I'll say it like this: We're all being targeted. This is dealing with me, Brother Apes, just who I am as an individual. Now, these people are bums, they're mushers, they're fraudulent people. And there's a lot of fraudulent people in the Bigfoot community, y'all. Not just that. There's a lot of people that are in cults in the Bigfoot community that if they hear anybody bring Jesus Christ into the equation, they get pissed off. They get pissed off because they know what these Bigfoots are. They know that these Bigfoots are not real beings in the flesh. They know that these beings are demonic, and the demon they have probably has some kind of deal with demons, right? They said continue to get people to believe in us. They feed off their spiritual energy or whatever the case might be, but they're affiliated in that way. Witchcraft, necromancy, like warlocks, right? That's why they dislike me because I bring Jesus Christ into the equation. I can tell who's who, man. I've been doing this spiritual works for a very long time, a very long time. But I will drop a link for Brother Josh Turner in a moment. Let me at the top of the hour. I will drop a link so like that you can be here. Well, you man, I'll drop it right now, Brother Josh Turner. Drop it right now for you. And I say again, anything that I say that I've ever said or done has nothing to do with Brother Josh Turner. That's dealing with Brother Apesius or Sarnesius. Whatever I ever say or do is coming out of my mouth. If I say because you insulted me or disrespected me, right? Because that's what it is. You say you're going to kick my ass. I'm going to tell you, let's do it, right? And I'm doing it because of me, of who I am as an individual. I was never taught to run away from nobody. I was never taught to be somebody's carpet, so that somebody's going to step all over me. And I don't know how Brother Josh Turner could do what the things that he's done, uh, giving people money, helping them out. I guess because he got a good heart, that these people were mushing off of him, and he felt that he's doing the good thing, right, with his people. But once the money stop flowing towards them, you've seen what happened, right? You stop supporting their drug habits. Once you stop, of course they're going to get pissed off. You stop supporting the drug habits, Brother Josh Turner. Those people are fucking meth heads. Man, you can't tell that they're meth heads. Look at them, man. Bar none is a prime example how meth head looks. Look at Stephen Michael McGee. We know that Clovington is a meth head because he said that he's a meth head, that he does crack. I remember when he told me that. Yeah, I used to talk to Clovington through Messenger all the time when he was supposedly PRT's friend. He admitted to me that he was a meth head. So if there's something that all these people have in common that are working together, is that itself meth, drugs. That's what they're about. That's what they're about. That's what they have in common right now, is that they're all freaking meth heads. They're pissed off because they couldn't mush off a Brother Josh Turner. Brother Josh Turner is a good-hearted person, man. I'm just here to tell the paratroopers, man, that's a good man right there. For he's younger than me, but he's a good man. Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, Anthony, Tony, Sister Madeline. They're good peoples. They're just trying to make a difference in this community, sharing stories. I mean, shoot, I was listening to Brother Josh Turner the other day talking about the guy dealing with the witchcraft and all that stuff. It started giving me flashbacks of what I went through, but what I went through is it was completely different than what the individual. I think, but I'll talk about that another time. Something completely way different. But I started remembering the curandera, right? The person that was in my life. Started remembering her, and another thing is, is is it today already? At midnight tonight is the anniversary of my mother, right? The when I lost her. So it's kind of like these people that are targeting me and stuff like that. Y'all don't know diddly squat what I've been through in my life, but of course you're not gonna know that when you're high on the crack, high on the pipe. This what y'all mad with Brother Josh Turner. He was he wasn't your supplier of drugs. He was supplying you with money, and the money he was supplying you with, you wasn't utilizing into what you were supposed to be utilizing with. You ran out of the money, the party stopped. If your old lady is hooked on drugs, Barton, and you can't supply her the drugs anymore, well, she's gonna for it somewhere else. Even if she has to go sleep with somebody else, right? Because that's what happens when people are crackheads. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. You probably done gave your old lady to somebody, man, because you wanted to get high too. That's what they do. These crackhead people. I should. I wouldn't be surprised. The Dirty Ike be pimping out all his family members just to get an next high because the duck sales or the rubber ducky sales are running low. The Nobody's placing any orders on the roach barbecue, and a lot of people have left his group because they found out that he's a musher. They found out that the barbecue sauce was made out of roaches. They found out that the his mom, his sister, I guess his daughter, they're all his wives. Sick individuals, man. There's people they got a problem, and when you hear this guy's video when he's talking about mommy, mommy, like, what the fuck's the matter with this guy? Why is he acting like a little kid? It sounds like something really happened to this fool. Then you got his sister out there with a cell phone standing by a tree. You can tell his sister making freaking yells like a freaking wild boar in heat. And then they want people to believe that those videos are 100% legit. Yeah, they're 100% legit, all right. They're 100% legit that they're full of crap because everybody can screenshot or slow down the video to see that it's not just you out there or the deer that scared you that's out there, but your sister was out there too. All your videos that you make, you do some stupid shit because you're trying to get people to believe that there's something there and all that, but everybody sees through your bullshit because you're too stupid. You graduated eighth grade, and to your eighth grade is like you graduated high school. I guess that's the furthest you've been in your education. Yeah, right now, and if anybody doesn't like what I'm saying, you don't have to be here. Oh my God. it's honestly, I'm not even going to say it's a comedy video. I'm not going to say that. That's not comedy. When somebody's trying to get you to believe that it's real, I'll say it like this: the worst bootleg video out there. It's not real. Bootleg video. It reminds me of those movies that are homemade movies, right? The horror movies, and it's redneck people, hillbillies, thinking that they're making a another Jason movie or another Freddy Krueger, and it's low ass budget. That's what it reminds me of. A low ass budget, low, low, like as in fucking Lone Star cart low, as in foot stamp low footage that is just so stupid. Not funny or comedy, just a stupid video. Ridiculous. I'll say it like that, and I'm being nice about it. We could say fucking if it was graded, it wouldn't even have an alphabet in it. It's just sorry, you know. It's a waste of time. It's like what the fuck am I looking here? You know, I know comedy. I'm not even gonna say comedy. What does fucking Ike look like Rodney Dangerfield? Now that's comedy. Rodney Dangerfield. You don't look like no comedian. Kind of, it resembles more Igor, more like Igor, you know, and I guess uh, Dracula, Igor. Yes, master. Yes, master. And he could do a role like that as of Igor because you don't have the vocabulary, but more of an Igor. You have that. You could do the role of Igor. Okay, I know I'm way behind on the comments, brothers and sisters. Way behind. But I had a just just talk about all this. Uh, Let me see how I can catch up with the comments. I'm way behind. I was just going with the flow of things. I'm gonna just click on these comments real fast and catch up with y'all. I'm not gonna read them all because I still need to talk about this some more. And I will reveal to you. I said on top of the hour, we got 7 minutes. I'm gonna reveal how deranged this fool is, and I'm talking about Barton Nunley. How deranged is he? How wicked this person is. I would tell brother Judge Turner, don't trust this fool. He's up to no good. He pretends that he don't take nobody's side, right? That Larry is his buddy. Yeah, because they're the good old boys. They're affiliated with that other individual. Good old boys. You're not one of us, White Turner. You're not one of us, Josh Turner. You're a half breed. You're not one of the good old boys. We're going to use you as much as we can when you're going to have another conference, but you're not a good old boy. We just want to be there to sell merchandise or books. We want to sell our bullshit books to the people. But you're not a good old boy. You're a half breed. You don't count like one of us. But we're going to use you. Here, we're going to give you one of our best. We're going to assign. You're going to be a what do you call it? We're going to give you one of our best, so you could be under him. We're going to give you Bart Nunley's. and you gotta pay. You gotta do whatever he tells you to do. If you want to join the good old boy club, help him out. He's a good guy. Help him out, and you can be a good old boy. I know you're one of us, but we can make you an honorary good old boy. We can give you some bubble teeth. You can be a good old boy in due time, but you just gotta help him out. Give him $10,000. Keep on helping him. Don't question him. He might don't question anything that he does. Just keep on giving him money, and we'll make you an honorary good old boy. At some time, you're gonna earn your stripes. You gotta earn your skid marks. I mean your stripes. At, oh my God, sick individuals, man. I'm telling you, this people are sick, sick in the head. Good old boys. I want you to be a good old boys. You know where they got that from, right? The good old boys. The Dukes has it. Good old boys drinking whiskey and wine. Na, na, na. Who wouldn't see the Dukes of Hazzard back in the day? So if I seen uh, the Dukes of Hazzard, would they consider me to be an honorary good old boy? I used to watch it every day. Scooter at the mechanic shop, Boss Hog. I know who Boss Hog is of those people, of the good old boys. I know who that Boss Hog is. He'd be having some technical difficulties for about a year or two now. I know who the good old boy is, the Boss Hog of that group, which is a leader. I know exactly who the good old boy is. I've been knowing, but he's been having health issues there for a while because the Boss Hog of that group, he's into witchcraft. He's a cult leader. He's a cult leader trying to come up against spiritual encrypted encounters, sending his witches and warlocks to come against spiritual encrypted encounters. Well, guess what? Spiritual encrypted encounters doesn't accept any form of negativity. We type on a rebuke of Jesus Christ's name, and I still maintain my love foundation, even though I'm talking what I'm talking about right now. But yeah, the boss hog of that group, uh, he's been very, very, very sick there for a couple of years now. You figured, hey, stop messing with this guy. It's making me ill to do a stop, right? But no, they continue. So if something happens to the boss hog of their cult, it's not because of spiritual encrypted encounters. It's, it's because you reap what you sow. I'm protected by Jesus Christ. I'll leave it at that. I'm trying to catch our brothers to the comments right now. I'm trying to double task here. Yeah, I was trying to do something different here. And I'm fixing to address that other thing in a moment here on top of the hour, like I promised. So I can show you. I want to show you that what's happening with Paranormal Roundtable right now is a people that are united in cahoots. I say in cahoots and united because they are together, working as one, and they're trying to target Paranormal Roundtable. I see it, and I'm more than sure Somewhere within Brother Josh's heart, he knows the truth too. He just doesn't want to come to realization of it because he's got a good heart. He wants to see the good out of people. The the problem is that these people don't have good intentions towards you. That's a problem. They do not have good intentions towards you, not just to you, to your family. But don't worry about it, Brother Josh Turner. Soren CS got your back. Brother Abe CS got your back. At least one thing that we squashed the beef we had a long time ago as men. That's when we became even. I really never had a problem with him, but it made our friendship stronger, right? And like I said, anything that I do or I say, it's coming out of me, out of ACS. And if you don't like what I'm saying to the people that I'm talking about, then do something about it. And I'm still trying to catch up to the comments, brothers and sisters. I'm so far behind. Yeah, I get tired when they try to say this and that. It's like, man, come on. These people, they want to talk smack. They can't back it up. But then when you do say something to them, they want to cry like the bitches that they are. They want to cry about it. Just cry about it. Well, how's the saying go? Cry me a river. Yeah. I'll check. I'll do the messenger thing in a moment. Well, I'll do that one after what I'm going to share. Yeah, I got screenshots also of when everything started the way it did with this idiot. But I've been telling Brother Josh Turner a long time ago that Barnelli was one of the people that was behind it, behind these people what they were doing. That they're all in cahoots. But Brother Josh Turner wanna just wants to look at the good of people, just like I told him about Boltonator, right? That he was fraudulent. I said, no, that dude doesn't sound military. He's just claiming he was military fraudulent, in which it turned out that he was stolen valor, right? But you see, they were trying to tear y'all up from the inside out. I believe that the Heavenly Father placed me there for a reason, brother and sisters, because I guess they were trying to get me out of the equation by, trying to get me and Brother Wolf to fight because I was bringing the spiritual truth into the picture, in which I have proof, right? They said there's nothing there in some of my pictures, right? I said, but I got something better for you. You say there's nothing in my pictures or videos in which people say there's something there because they see it. Show me proof that there's a Bigfoot. Show me a real Bigfoot. Show me a baby Bigfoot. A real Bigfoot or a real baby Bigfoot. There's people in the Bigfoot community that said that they belong to the tribes of the Bigfoots. Well, show me one at least. Or is it these people who are not allowed up there because it's in here? What affects the mind that makes you think things like this are around you? Simple. A form of bondage, demonization, demons make you think that. They bond you that way. I guess the natives used to call that Wendigoism. Yeah, I want any admin. Let's say it like this: any admin of any Bigfoot group to show me proof of a real Bigfoot. Like, all right, HCS, I'm going to bring you to my camp. I'm not supposed to do this. Show me a real Bigfoot, and I'll show you a DDN through the footage. I'll take you to the location where this DDN or unclean spirits are. We'll swap. We'll swap me seeing a real Bigfoot, and I'll take you to the locations, which I don't have to take you so far because they're everywhere to where DDN is. Oh man, I'm trying to catch up to the comments, y'all. I'm almost there. We got 60 viewers, and like I said, I would like to apologize to the paratroopers and to the members of Spiritual Cryptid Economists from eventing right now. I'm trying to get to see if I can bright. I think I dropped the link for Brother Josh Turner. By the way, I was having problems with Restream. I had to reset my computer and to do all kinds of things because I was like you said, I was on three different platforms. And I'm like, how could that be? So I deleted everything that I had and I reset it and it's working right now. I don't know what was going on there. So, Sister Madeline, I will drop the link for Brother Josh Turner so he could see of what uh, the conversation I had with Barden about a year ago. If Brother Josh Turner is here, or any of the members of Paranormal Roundtable, I just want to share this because they're always trying to paint us out to be bad guys. But I'm going to show you who truly is the wicked and delusional people because I got proof of how wicked and delusional this guy is. He's off his rocker. And I'm not talking about the rocker because he's an old guy where he's sitting down at. I'm talking about his rocker up here. He's mentally unstable. I don't even know how he could write a book. Even the I mean, you gotta wonder these books that he writes if they're even legit, especially if he's writing with the imagination while he's high, right? He's high on the crack. How can he write a book? And if he's high, how much of the book that he's writing is all bullshit? You know, right now Sarncias is here. Brother Abe Cias is a little bit here, but it's more Sarncias. Sarcias is kind of go straight for the straight to the point. You know, it's like he don't got time to be playing games. Yeah, I'm almost there with catching up. I'm trying to read everybody's comments as I'm going as fast as I can. I'm wide awake right now, brothers, sisters. You know, I've seen the comments. Maybe I shouldn't be playing into the games that they're playing, but you know what? Fuck it. I don't give a shit about these people because I could see right through them a long time ago. I was just waiting. I already knew that what was going to happen before it even happened. I was just waiting for when it did happen so I can address the issue. I've been knowing. I've been knowing about the good old boys and who are the good old boys. I've been knowing. Sometimes you just have to let it stir. And eventually, people can pretend to be your friends, but sooner or later, their true personality will come out. They can only play for so long, and that's exactly what happened with Cuffington. That's what happened with Larry. That's what happened with Wicked Dana, Bolt, and other people. Right? That Brother Just Turner truly was a friend to them. That they could only play the charade for so long, and they showed their true selves to them, in which it made asses out of themselves. They messed up their own reputation because people were used to thinking these people were different. They were good people. But then you see the true self. Me, the only thing I'm doing when I say something about somebody or say something back is give them a little bit taste of their own medicine. But I got the receipt I'm going to show right now. I'm almost caught up to the comments here. Yeah. So I'm going to show you the mind, the wicked mind of Barton Nunley in a moment. I know. I think this guy has a demigod syndrome that he thinks in his mind he is the next Messiah or something. He, he's got some kind of syndrome like that. But I think he's actually being demonized by the pharmakia. What he does, that's his problem. And of course, when he's got the diabetes that's killing his ass, uh, that he's the diabetes from the coke that he was drinking, and he want to blames everybody else, but it's him that did it to himself. You know, his so-called friends don't want to tell him, "Hey, Bart, why are you blaming everybody else?" No, but since they're good friends, they allow him to say what he was said, but they're not going to tell him the truth. They're going to pump him up to, even though they know that he's full of shit, that the words that is coming in and out is just plain stupid. They're not going to tell him the truth because they're his friends. He's a good old boy. But I'm going to tell you the truth. Yeah, it was the sugar and the coke and the only other kind of cokes that that you were doing. I mean, you add that to the equation. Yeah, your health is going to go to shit, especially when you don't got the dinero coming from PRT anymore. Yeah, you're going to start spazzing out, and you're going to be like the Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger went out there and his eyes started popping out of his freaking body and shit. Be all crazy, yeah. That's how you were when you were in the hospital, like Total Recall, because you didn't have the dinero no more to buy the things that make you feel good. That's why you hate brother Josh Turner because he wasn't supporting your habit anymore. Right. Say the truth now. That's what it was. $10,000? God dang. That's a lot of 20 ball parties right there, Farton, Barton. Right. That's why you mad. How you doing, Primo Jesse? ¿Qué hubo? Yeah, I'm almost there, brothers and sisters. I'm almost there. Okay, I'll keep an eye on for Brother Wolf. Matter of fact, let me drop the link here for Brother Wolf. And oh man, I'm way behind. I'll pin the link up there up on top. It moved me up some. How far am I? There's Brother Wolf. How you
Hey,
doing,
man.
Pastor?
So here we are again. Been listening to what you were saying, and I agree with you. I understand, that I just, what I want to say, and I want to start from the beginning for those of people that are here to listen to what I got to say about the situation. When I met Barton a few years ago, it was during that whole Roger debacle. And Nick Valenti and Jody Cook were adamant, absolutely adamant that, that the guy was lying, that he was a fraud. And Barton was pushing the narrative that he was legit. And I got to say, John Henderson, he was pretty impartial. He didn't know. But Barton believed him and he kept telling me in private that he believed him. And, eventually it seemed to me that he came around to the idea that this guy was probably not on the up and up. I still didn't know. I wasn't swayed. And Jody and Nick can tell you that. I wasn't swayed one way or the other. I didn't go along with Barton and Roger, and I didn't go along with Jody and Nick. And the people, if they're being honest, they'll tell you that. And I know Jody and Nick, and they have a lot more integrity than Barton, in my opinion. And this isn't just from recent events of Barton attacking and doing and saying the things that he's been doing and saying. Um, Barton attacking and doing and saying the things he's been doing and saying is just him lashing out and acting childish because above all else, he wanted, and this is my opinion, that's what I think, he wanted money. There's a lot of things that I never got into about Barton. I just felt like, if I stop, he'll stop. But it didn't work that way. When he was in the hospital and we prayed for that guy,
I remember.
we let him alone. I just said, I'm not going to say nothing about the guy ever again if he doesn't say nothing about me. And I came to that conclusion with a lot of people that are very close to me, including you, Abe, and several other people that I spoke with. And they were like, yeah, just let it go, And so I did. I never said anything else. And then he came out of the whatever the hell he was on and just started attacking us. I'm going to say this, Barton. This is what I know about you.
I'll
I
be
know
right
why
back.
you. Okay. I know why you wear sunglasses when you do your show. And it's something that you told us and you didn't want people knowing. And it wasn't something that I felt like should be shared. And this isn't something that I necessarily think is a bad thing, but he thinks it's a bad thing. And he has this fake image. Now, this is to show you the kind of person that he really is. And I hope you're listening to this, Barton. You smoke a lot of dope. You smoke it all the time. You smoked it at my first conference. You smoked it at my second conference. And you didn't want anyone knowing that. And I thought, well, that's odd. What does it matter? It's because you have a false piety image. And I once told you that you should be who you are. And I believe this strongly. You should be who you are all the time. I've admitted on my show that I've done everything. I've done it all. I haven't touched drugs or anything even remotely like that since 2003. That's a long time. So, but if you do it, I'm not a judge. I don't judge you, and I'm not a police officer. I'm not to arrest you. I'm not trying to turn you in for whatever sin that you do. That is on you. There are certain things that I think are a lot worse than others That's not something that I think you should be thrown in prison and the book, throw away the key, whatever. So why hide it? Why not just be who you are on camera and off camera? But that's why he does it. And the reason he smokes before he goes on the show is because he's nervous. Now he told me that, and he told me that in confidentiality, confidentially, whatever. And that's fine. Be who you are. I never pass a judgment on it, and you've never heard me say that before. But that's the truth. And he also don't want people to know that he smoked cigarettes. Well, if you're going to be this person, Brother Barton, with all these other goofballs that you run around patting each other on the back with, why do you have to hide who you are to them or to me or to anyone else? You confided in me a lot of things. There were a couple things that I told you I would never say about you. You asked me not to, and I'm not going to. I personally don't even think really all that bad. What you told me wasn't like life shattering, but you didn't want people knowing. And one of them, you asked me never to say anything in public about it to you. And even though you will say anything and everything you can think of bad about me, even though it's a bunch of lies, a lot of it's not even true, I still am not going to share your secret. I don't think it's a horrible thing, but it's something you didn't want people knowing. So I'm not going to say it. And I'll never say it unless you give me permission, because I have integrity, Barton. I'm not going to take that and go and blab it. Now, you never told me not to say anything or swear not to say anything. You asked me not to say it publicly, about this other thing. I'm not going to. But the people in my household know the story, because you never told me that I couldn't share it privately. But I know damn well why you wear sunglasses. Everybody thinks it's weird. Yeah, it is weird. And I think it's weird. And I never said anything about the guy about it. I know a lot of things about this guy, and I'm still not 100% sold that we should just throw each other under the bus like that. But that's what he wants to do with me. So be it. Now, I've had a couple people close to me recently tell me, why don't you just say what you know about him and everything else? Well, for one thing, when I give somebody my word, I keep it. And I feel really bad. I didn't do a show tonight. My plan was to do one every night of October. We doubled up the other week, last week, whatever it was. We missed a day. We doubled up the next day. Well, I can't guarantee you that I'll do that tomorrow. I might try if I'm feeling better. I've just not been feeling too good today.
Yeah, there's a virus going on right now. A lot of people getting sick.
Well, I was really sick, for a while, and I think that's not what this is. This is something wrong with my stomach. I've just been upset, and I think this is just, it's part of this with these people. I think it's a spiritual and physical attack with these people. And I'm going to say this. When me and Barton were friends, and I did consider him a friend, he keeps saying I said that we were best friends, whatever. I said this, he was my best friend in this community at that time, because we had talked about changing the face of this community. We weren't plotting and scheming to do bad things. What we wanted was for people who believed like us to have a place, a safe place, and a voice, a place to speak about these things. And I'm going to say this. That was what we wanted. That was the thing that we sat around and talked about and dreamed of. And yes, he was cantankerous, and he had an extremely agitative, I guess, personality. He was always mad at somebody. Now, him and Larry love to try to paint a picture that they helped me fight all these people. 100% show me one scrap, I mean, any little scrap of proof that Barton or Larry helped me in any situation other than Dark Waters. The fight with Dark Waters, Barton was all about fighting Dark Waters. He did not help or engage in any shape or form with anybody else. Other than behind the scenes, he said some things. Larry said a few things to me about Mike from AI. That was it. Publicly, Larry never said anything. And for him to go around saying, which he's just a I don't know how you say it. Like, he is a liar in a way that I can't even
Well,
describe
I'm glad
lie.
for you, brother Josh. He's full of shit.
Yeah, Abe, that's pretty nice. It goes beyond that. I think the guy is an absolute disgusting reprobate. That's my opinion of Larry. He is a disgusting reprobate. That is my opinion. And I think he's a shill. And I'll tell you why. Because from the first time I met him, and no, I didn't see him at my first conference, I didn't meet him there. He claims that he was there. The only person that can confirm that he was there was Barton. Nobody else remembers him, said that he was there. He claims he was there. I personally didn't see him, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't there. I just didn't see him. He might have been invisible, even though he's like 6'12" or some shit, whatever.
Wasn't
That's
he
a
a
joke.
Dallas Cowboys football player too?
And a fighter pilot, Yeah.
Wasn't he over there
Yeah.
at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he was an Aggie football player and for 22 years as a lawman. But as he told me and Anthony, he was also a salesman for 18 years. So I don't know how the hell he crammed all that. He said he made $1 million a year. That's what he told me and Anthony. He made $1 million a year as a salesman. And I'm like, well, then why the hell am I giving you a ride to work? And I remember that because his wife had the vehicle and she was at some hotel in Round Rock. I don't know what she was doing there, but I had to pick him up and give him a ride to Central Austin from some hotel in Round Rock where his wife was at. I don't remember what they were doing there. I can't tell you. I don't know. Very odd duck. At that time, I just thought he was a very odd duck. I didn't realize. First time I met him was at the conference in Jefferson. That's at Wool Heaters Conference, Texas Bigfoot Conference. The whole time we were there, Barton was agitated and angry because he wasn't making $1 million selling his books. It wasn't a good time for him. He didn't make any money. Neither did I. It just wasn't our crowd. Well, the reason it wasn't our crowd is because those people believe in a flesh and blood creature known as Bigfoot. And I told Barton, I said, dude, don't feel bad. We have an idea of what this thing is. And Barton was right there with me on it. And I thought, well, we're going to change the face of this community. We're going to etch our names into this community. And babe, you and I had this conversation. I had the same conversation with you that I had with Barton, except yours was different because we had butted heads. And I said, look, we're on the same page. We know that this thing is not a monkey man running around in the woods. Barton knew that. Barton knows that. And we talked about this, and we talked about how we should be allies. And I gathered together people that I thought would understand and the community could change for the better. And that this old guard of this thing being a giant, some kind of, Gigantopithecus, whatever, that was going to fall away because that's not what this is. That's not what this thing is. And some of these people, if you talk to them in private, they'll confess that. But they have a public image. And the public image is that Bigfoot is a giant monkey man. And it's something that's not weird or strange other than it's elusive. We know that this thing is not only weird and strange and elusive, but it could be something that's interdimensional. It could be something that's not completely flesh and blood all the time. That's not to say that those people are wrong.
Yeah.
So Barton,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so Barton was on board with me. We were going to change the face of this community, and we talked about this. We figured out that Roger was a fraud. Barton backed away from him. Roger engaged in all kinds of horrible, just slander against me. Barton didn't do anything. I kept telling him, I'm like, dude, this guy, your friend over here, is tearing me apart. He did nothing. Same thing happened with Ben Peveler. This guy was a Looney Tune, an absolute Looney Tune. I had Ken Gerhardt on the phone when he threatened my life. Barton was on the phone. Nick Valente was on the phone. And this man threatened me right before my first conference. And according to two of the security people that Larry claims he hired, which he did not, which I don't know where he gets that from. But anyway, this guy drove through my conference. Barton argued profusely that couldn't have been Ben because this guy was his friend. Oh, no, that couldn't have been Ben, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't have been him, even though it probably was. This man had threatened to do things to me, and he was doing it at the behest of that lunatic, Roger. And I believe that Roger and Mike, this is my opinion, and I hope one day it can come out in court. I believe that they conspired to convince Barton that I was this Austin Hammer that was attacking him. Barton, all he needed was a little push to come at me. He wanted to fight me. He was already angry. He was bitter. He was jealous. Barton, you ripped me off. By my estimations, you owe me about $10,000. So we may have to go to small claims court or something about that, because I'm doing the math and I'm figuring it out. How much money I gave this guy and the return on my investment with you, Barton. You owed me a box of books, almost $600. Never got it. But those books somehow showed up on Amazon and eBay, didn't they? With your autograph on them. Yeah. But he wasn't the one selling them. Somebody else was selling them, but who knows? He claims the box was lost. I never believed that, but I let it slide. I talked with my family about it, and we thought, well, he's not doing good. He's doing poorly financially. Maybe when he gets back on his feet, he'll make it up to me. No, this man never got back on his feet. He just kept on having money problem after money problem after money problem that I kept solving for him, or trying to solve for him, trying to help him. He didn't build his YouTube channel. Truth did. James Watson. He didn't do anything to learn how to use the channel. He had Krista and Brandy from Blondes and Booze to do that. He had friends like me and Nelly and Joe and Jesse Doyle from Help and Holler. He turned around and stabbed all of us in the back. The horrible thing about it, the hard thing, the bitter pill to swallow is, once you were sticking that knife in on me, and this is how I feel, you turned around and cried that you were the victim, that I had done something to you. I spent an entire afternoon trying to convince you, Barton, that I was not this man. You know I wasn't. But you went on full blast, full steam ahead to attack me. And you joined up. And then Larry, brother Larry, confessed on the internet, on Facebook. Took some convincing, but I got Barton to believe us. That's what he said. And we have the screenshots of that. That's in PRT News, folks. If you go back far enough, you'll see all of the evidence, all the proof. They can make all the shows they want and put all the bullshit up there that they want to put up there, because we already have it all. And it's right there in PRT News. So what they're doing is a revisionist rewriting of the history of this crap. And Dana Ortega, I'm going to say something about you. You committed serious crimes when you passed around a video that was illegally made by Bettina about Bettina Moss. You passed those videos around, not me. You did it. And now y'all want to revise it and say that I had this. Bettina, damn well, she's a friend of mine, knows damn well that I didn't do that. That was not me. That video was sent to you, Mrs. Ortega, or whatever your maiden name is. You are the one that passed that video around, not me. You are the one that did those things, committed those crimes.
That she was affiliated with they were from Texas and Stubblefield, because
all of that was them. They did this. Yeah, they did all this, and now they want to rewrite the history and pretend like I did all these horrible things. Folks, I'm not the most, pious, holy man in the world, but I'm innocent of the things that they're accusing me of. If I'm not, then they need to get me arrested, which is what they're trying to do. But the problem with that is, what are they going to hold me on? What are they going to hold me on? And when it all comes out, they're all going to be in big, big trouble, because this is a conspiracy, a real one, not the make-believe one that Mike McKee from Abnormal Investigations, which absolutely what he has done is conspired with that psycho crazy woman up there in Virginia, Janice Blake. They conspired to lie and say that we committed a home invasion against her. Never could get their story straight, could they? And even after she was told by the board of psychologists, she still wrote a letter condemning me and Bettina and saying that we called him an engine, which did not happen. She perjured herself and she lied to the state government. She is an absolute criminal, in my opinion. And all of this, everything they've done has been documented. Everything they've done every step of the way has been recorded. It has been reported. These people have lied, they have slandered, they have committed threats, felonies. I'm telling you, there's a list a mile long. Saying that I have a criminal record, which Jessica said on her show the other night, that is absolute slander. Everything that y'all have written is libel, and everything that you're saying is slander. I do not have a criminal record because if I did, I wouldn't be able to be a security professional here in Texas. That's against the law. So everything they say and do, every step of the way, has been nothing but criminality. It's been nothing but lies. And they're angry. Clough is angry. You're angry, Clough, because I told the truth about your bisexuality. I mean, that's what you are. I mean, you really are. Only a person who is gay or bisexual would get a tattoo for a man and say that he's going to be with that man and go ride motorcycles around the country.
Wow.
I mean, I just told the truth about that. I said it and he exploded. You also had some kind of weird plan because I do believe you had a thing for Maddie, but I also believe you had a thing for me. And that's why I was uncomfortable around you. And this ain't the first time I've said this in private. I've told multiple people how I felt about you, Clough, and that I thought you were weird. But I knew you had a thing for Maddie. And that's why your wife didn't want you, your girlfriend, whatever, moving up here. So this little thing he did with Maddie, that's what started all of this with Maddie and Anthony's sex life. This guy was obsessed with it. He was absolutely obsessed with it. He went on a smear campaign with Larry and that other idiot from Germany to sit there and call Anthony gay and all kinds of stuff. And she's got the screenshots to prove it, saying all kinds of horrible things about Anthony for months going on and on because they knew that she liked him. She was infatuated with him. A week before this,
the other way around, brother Josh Turner, since you said he might have been bisexual, what if it was Maddie wasn't the target? What if the target was Anthony?
I've wondered that too. I've wondered that too, but he didn't show.
And he was pissed off because, Maddie took him off the market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want this to break down into like us because we like to joke around and say stuff. Let's not do that. Let's be very professional. So they can't. Yeah, I don't want them having any sound bites where they can turn it and twist it because these people are deceitful. They are literally of the Hashatan. That's what they are. They are satanic, and what they are to me is evil. Why Larry knows so damn much about Satanism is weird. When he started the whole Leviathan, well, I call it Leviathong, but that's just my joking. When he started the whole Leviathan thing about me, he knew a lot more about it than I did. All I knew that it was like from the Bible, and I knew that it was like a direction in Satanism. I didn't really know much beyond that. He knew a lot more about it than I did. And he tried to say that I had a necklace that was a Leviathan. He clings to that. They hide behind the fact that I have so many videos. And now, I'm going to talk about him, the big pervert that he is, in my opinion. He's a gigantic, sick, weird pervert. Where are those screenshots of the video? What is that? Hold on one second. I wish I could show you. I'm talking on my phone, so I can't. But I'm going to read to you what this sicko. This is what Larry has said most recently. He says, we know that El Lardo, this is a very fat, obese man with a humongous belly that looks like he has swallowed. He looks like he swallowed a living creature, like a snake. And he's just got these little skinny noodle arms and legs. And he's got this big, humongous belly. And he's calling me fat here. We know that El Lardo would be incapable of coming at any real men or women in person, excluding those he might have smothered at the Iron Bear and sacrificed into Lady Bird Lake. Right there, Larry, right there, you son of a bitch. Right there, you just accused me of murdering people. You just sat right there you committed libel right there, saying that I smothered men from the Iron Bear. That is a gay bar that they have latched onto that for some reason when Barton was down here became all infatuated with. I don't know why, but he did. Okay, it says, and sacrificed into Lady Bird Lake, further perpetuating the myth that which I think was started by Dana Ortega, that I am the Lady Bird Lake, according to them, that I am this killer or whatever. And he admitted, this is lying Larry, once again, Larry Joe Fisher, a liar, folks. He says, and he admitted in a live stream, apparently very recent, as he sang a line from Bohemian Rhapsody about killing a man, then proclaimed himself to be the Lady Bird Lake killer. Holy shit. So now Larry is claiming that on one of my videos, folks, one of my videos, according to him, because he knows that I have hours and hours and hours and hours of videos, that I admitted on there supposedly that I'm the killer and that I killed the Ladybird. No, that I am the Ladybird Lake killer. Then he goes on to say, did he delete that live stream yet at Dana Ortega? Like she would know, the wacky, crazy woman that she is. His need for a CPAP would be problematic beyond his satanic sacrifices. I would be shocked that you don't have a CPAP, Larry, as fat as you are. Why don't y'all show yourselves? You don't ever show yourselves anymore. You and Clough never show pictures of yourselves. You know why? Because you're all obese. That's why. Why does Mike rarely show himself? Because Mike is obese. He'll show his little fat head, but he's not going to show anything else. You're all fat and gross. Prove me otherwise. Prove me otherwise. Make a video showing your fat, ugly selves walking around without breathing hard. You probably got oxygen tanks that you need to carry around. That's why you claim other people need it. So he says here, but his Manson-like cult members, that's my audience, that he can deploy, oh my gosh, he obviously doesn't care about their safety. Josh got no clue about our God and our Christ. Now, this is the first time I've heard him really mention Christ. He kind of throws Christ out of there. He don't really talk much about Jesus. He says, and kinetic protections afforded by the Brotherhood. Now, what does that mean, folks? Kinetic protections afforded by the Brotherhood. So now telekinesis is being used to protect them? The Brotherhood? What is the Brotherhood? Wasn't that what they were claiming, that I had the Brotherhood or something like that? It's always amazing to me that Josh attacked all of us daily on his show after we moved on. No, I didn't attack you daily after you moved on. You never stopped attacking, Larry, especially you. You were going door to door, behind the scenes, collecting as many people as you could. And in particular, Larry targeted people who donated to me. Folks, this man is a cyber stalker, and probably a physical stalker. In my opinion, that's what he is, because he watched every live and he went through and he knew. He made PRT his religion. That's on him, not me. He put me up as an idol, not me, him. He did the things that he shouldn't have done. And he had an unhealthy obsession with me and my show. And we talked about this, me and him. Clough pointed that out too. If Clough would ever be honest enough to tell the truth about anything now, he's the biggest liar I've ever seen next to this guy. I still think Larry's got him beat. Clough knew the truth, right? But Larry went around and systematically and admitted this on many of his ramblings. Go back and look. PRT News. He admitted that he went around and talked to multiple people, and that he had convinced over 40 people. 40 people. And I remember looking at a post where Ryan Tremblay was like, wow, it's that many now? Because he was lurking around at that time. And Larry's like, yeah, my fantastic 40. He bragged openly about how he turned them all against us, turned them against me. This man, Larry Fisher, did this. And he was so proud of what he did and how much work he had put into destroying PRT. But he couldn't just say, hey, I did this to a normal man, that I'm just attacking a normal man who's just trying to live his life. He couldn't do that. He knows that he had to turn me into some kind of vile, horrible beast and convince these other soft-headed people that he had convinced with his lies. He had to turn me into a monster. I had to be a beast. No, I had to be a monster. So he had to, he worships Leviathan or whatever. He's an evil man. He's committing sacrifices. He's killing people. And each lie gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Yesterday, it was some crap about how law enforcement was going to have to come get me before Halloween, before I kill a child for Halloween. That's literally what he said. Him and Barton are bandying back and forth about me. Barton is mocking and being stupid as usual. And here is Larry going, yeah, well, they got to come and get him before his high holy day, Halloween, so before he kills a child. It'll save somebody's child. This is the kind of talk that they hope will eventually get someone to come and end my life. Because Larry is stupid enough to think that because he's a former Texas lawman, that he is above the law and that they won't prosecute him or do anything to him for the slander that he caused. And they may not. They may not. They may just go after the poor idiot that went along with this crap. And that person may get thrown in the clink. But I'll still be dead because that's their plan. And they think that they'll get away with it because, remember, they're working with the FBI and the police to put me away because I'm such a bad guy. Right? Here we go. Moving on here. He's after the weird kinetic protections afforded by the brother, which is weird. I guess they got some sort of demons that protect him or whatever. It's always amazing to me that Josh attacked all of us daily on his show. Yeah, that's amazing to you because it never happened. It was you guys, and all we did was defend ourselves. Not listening to his show since March of 24, you're a liar. You know everything about the show. And I would not have knew, this guy's just dumb as a rock, about his obsession with the Christians who left his viewership. Obsessions with the Christians that you deceived into leaving the show. Yeah, those are people but you picked out people that donated to the show, didn't you? And you bragged openly, and you were very proud that you drugged those people over there to Barton's boring ass channel, and where y'all pretended to have church every day. And then you got them to donate to Barton because that's what you did, right? And you were so proud of that. You were so happy about that. It says here, who left his viewership after he brought delusions to his audience of the apostasy about Anunnaki creating mankind. Folks, I promise you, in my opinion, this man doesn't give two shits whether or not the Anunnaki exist or don't exist, because this man is not a Christian. He does not care about God, but he sure does know awful lot about Satanism. But I will say this started not because of God, not because of the Anunnakis or whatever he calls them. No, this started because I offended his football team, the Aggies. This man is one of those Aggies, and they're not all like that, but there are some that look at this weird thing it's like there's some kind of cult to them. This is the kind of person that he is. This is who Larry Fisher is. He went to a dinner after he had made threats to multiple people about how he was going to, quote unquote, defend himself with his guns if I came around him. No sooner had that already been said to multiple people than he set it up to go and show up at a dinner that I was supposed to go to. Who, after he showed up at that dinner, that woman never would speak to us again. But according to him, she had visions at her job of a giant fat black blob that looked like me, right? Because I'm this big fat blob that was there at the hospital where she worked. And at the same time, I was appearing to Dana Ortega. At the same time, because somehow I'm omnipotent, I appeared to another woman and burned her bushes. That Shell Kaka Dion, whatever her name is, Kaka, whatever. Supposedly, these women all said that I appeared to them, but apparently I tried that with him and 50-foot angels. This is literally what he typed out, folks. Does this sound like a sane man to you? 50-foot angels stomped me out to protect him, right? This is what he claims happened. Can you imagine the kind of person this guy is? Former Texas lawman who didn't spend much time at any of these agencies. He did supposedly work for the Department of Justice, which may be why he's able to talk to these law enforcement people. And maybe he's good, a salesman. He's always been a salesman. He told me himself he could sell ice to Eskimos, right? He bragged. So maybe he sold all these people on these lies. Pretty sure he did. Pretty sure he sold Barton on them. And maybe he's convinced these people, these law enforcement, that they need to do something to me, that I'm a bad guy. But if they would stop and take a look at the ramblings and the rantings and the ravings of this guy, take a look at what he types, then maybe they could say, oh, shit, dude, there's something fundamentally mentally wrong with this guy. Because he is the one person in this whole group that I would be the most afraid of. Not because he could physically kick my ass, but because he loves guns and he talks about guns. Every conversation I ever had with that guy, no matter whether it was about him eating 8 patties on a Whataburger, which he always does, or anything else, it always devolved into his guns.
8 patties?
Yeah, he would go to Whataburger every day, and he's taking pictures of it. He puts it on his Facebook. It's right there.
So he makes a Whataburger with 8 patties.
Eight patties. He eats an 8 patty and 4 egg Whataburger. I shit you not. I'm not joking.
Wow.
I don't know. I've never done that in my life. I don't know. He eats a lot of food. He's fat, dude. He really is. And him and Clough take pleasure in calling me fat. Him, Mike, and Clough are very fat, folks. You're dealing with some obese people. They're very fat, and they like to call other people fat. What I thought was so funny was Clough talking about Nelly being a big girl. No, the big girl was that lard ass you were talking to on them lying videos. That is an obese woman. I don't even know how that woman can even wipe. It's unbelievable how fat she is. These people are very, very obese, and they will never do anything about it. They're just going to keep eating until the diabetes and the whatever gets them. And it nearly got Barton. So he's a big old potbelly. I don't know what maybe he lost a bunch of weight because of the blood sugar. Your body keeps dumping excess water to get rid of the sugar. So he might have lost water weight, but he was getting fat. I mean, they're all fat people. They're all very fat. They're very sedentary. And the only one that I know of that still had a job recently, I think, was Clough. I think he was a truck driver, but he might have lost his job by this point because he's very irresponsible. That's my opinion. That's what I saw, was him being irresponsible. Barton, I know, had lost his job, but I think he got his wife to work or something. I don't know. They have a lot of time on their hands. If you notice, Barton makes a post about me every 5 minutes, every day for the last few days. Obsession. Now, remember, Barton doesn't know how to do anything for himself. I mean, literally nothing. He is technologically challenged, and that's putting it mildly. This guy doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything for himself. He's like if you just sat him down on the ground, he would lay down like a baby. That's my opinion. And hope that somebody changed his diaper. The only thing he knows how to do is paint. That's what he told me. He said, I know how to do 2 things: paint and draw. That's all he told me. That's it. He can write books, but they're not good books. They're basically boilerplates. I figured that out. So I was a fool to think that was his work. He basically borderline plagiarized all that work from other people. Those were stories from other people that had been written by other authors. And I didn't know that. So shame on me for that. I made that mistake. But here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. The guy is a okay artist. I mean, I'm being completely honest, all anger aside. I mean, there's nothing to write home about. I mean, he's okay. And I don't know anything about him as a painter because I've never seen his work. I have no clue. So I'm not going to comment on that because I don't talk about things that I don't know about, unlike these people. But I'm going to tell you this, Barton, you and I were once friends, but the more time I spent around you, the more sick to my stomach I got by your disgusting behavior. You came to my city, as you claimed, the disgusting city, whatever, oohing and on about how great it was, and then you went back and told everybody how terrible it was. I don't give a shit what you think about Austin. I think Austin's a shithole personally, but I'm going to tell you something, little man. Stop talking big like you're going to do something. You couldn't whoop my ass on your best day. Stop threatening me and acting like you're going to whoop my ass or do something to me. What are you going to do? Cleave me with your silly little sword? You're so full of shit. You can barely lift that sword. And then I come to find out just 2 days ago, I find out that he never even really did our workout. Tony never told me. He never told me this. Forgot or something. He only did one set of each one of our 14 basic workout, which is I do the 40. He was doing 14. That's 14 exercises, 14 upper body exercises, and he only did one set of each. And he laid there on the curb, folks. He laid on the curb while we poured water on his head on a cool October. They weren't even hot.
What the hell?
Laid there like he was going to die. Laid there like a dog, like he was going to die.
Diabetes, man, probably got him. He was diabetic, drinking shit. Yeah, that'll mess him up.
Yeah, he said he drank 12 to 24 Cokes a day.
Yeah.
He said 12, and then Letitia was like, no, honey, sometimes you drink 2 12-packs. Oh, I don't drink that much. I would believe her because she's probably telling what she saw. So, yeah.
So the workout that he was doing, and he was drinking that much soda, and he's diabetic, it could have turned him into, he could have had a heart attack.
He could have had a lot of things.
Or stroke.
Diabetic coma. I mean, he was going into a Coca-Cola coma.
Yeah. So what would it call him? The Coca-Cola Crypt Keeper?
Yeah, Coca-Cola Crypt Keeper sounds just as good as any other name that you can think of. This guy does all of these things. He says all of these horrible things. He slanders us. Now let's get into what he did. He went after you, started a fight with you. I remember he started, he did. I'm not just saying this. This ain't revising history. He started it with you because he said you went after him about him taking a sword into the LBL. You weren't even talking about him. I remember that. You weren't even talking about him.
Right here. I got it right here where when it happened. I can share it of what he said. Because I got the things that he said afterwards that I wanted to show y'all that this guy is not who he say he is. He never was who he said he was. That he's got some serious issues, and I think it's a lot more deeper than what it is. With these people that say they consider him a friend and stuff like that, that it's, the good old boy thing. That's what it is about. Good old boys. I guess I can share that. And let me post it up. This was started between me and him. It had nothing to do with Josh Turner. This didn't, because he targeted me on the live when I had unfriended Larry. Let me get to that.
Well, everything always goes back to Larry.
Yeah, because that's who he was defending when he came at me.
Even Letitia told us that he had an unhealthy relationship, friendship. Well, she said friendship with Larry. Yep. Even Letitia told us that. So she thought that Larry was a shit starter, a troublemaker, a disturbed person. She said all kinds of stuff about Larry. But Barton still, brother Larry. Oh, brother Larry. And you know what Barton told me? Let me tell you something else he told me. I don't know if I've thrown this out there because I don't want to offend everybody that's involved over there with him. But he said some weird things about this brotherhood wolf thing that he brought up. He said, and I think that this is what Larry was referring to. What Larry was referring to in that thing about the kinetic abilities of the brotherhood. He's referring to what Barton created and what he calls the brotherhood of the wolf. Barton tried many, many times to get me to go out there, even insulting me. The final time when he insulted me, me and him got into it. And I told him, I said, Barton, I'm going to tell you like this. I don't appreciate the way you're talking to me, and I'm not going to have this conversation again. And to his credit, he never brought it up again. I told him, I said, if I want to go out to the LBL, I'll go when I'm good and ready. I have a job to do. Really aggravating me because he had all the time in the world to go run to the LBL and go play around and be an Avenger. I had a job to do. I have a business. I have a career. And all the money that he was borrowing from me that he was supposed to pay me back, and I knew he wasn't going to. And I told him one day, I said, don't worry about it, Barton. And I told him, I said, go back and look how many thousands of dollars I've given you. Do I think you're ever going to pay me back? No. Did I want it back? No, I don't care. Because Barton, I know, was poor at that time. But he was poor by his own choosing because he wouldn't work. And I tried to have a conversation with him, and I said, you need to keep working until you can get your YouTube channel going. I said, it takes a lot to get a YouTube channel to get going and make money. It's not easy. It's very hard if you do it correctly, unless you buy subs and views and all the other crap. But even Mike, which I know is buying subs and views, I'm not pulling any punches, 100% he is, he still can't get his channel going because they've destroyed their channel using it to attack us. So what I'm going to tell this audience here is Barton literally, he literally used every resource he had to get that channel going, and it did nothing. It did nothing because he was boring, and in my opinion, he got high before every episode, and that's why he had to wear sunglasses. He looked like he was just tweaked out of his mind. So yeah, you're not gonna, if that's what you're doing, you're not gonna do well. You're not gonna succeed. You're not gonna have success. And no matter how many times me or the Doyles or whoever tried talking to him, the ladies from the Blondes and Booze or Tex or BMR, whoever tried to help prop this guy up, there's nothing you could do with the guy. He was not gonna listen. He would not change his formula. He wouldn't do anything but look for arrowheads in a creek for 20 minutes and then sit there with sunglasses on. And you're going like, dude, how do you think that's a good formula? I promise you, Barton, you could start that channel back up tomorrow. And I hope you do. Your only competition is going to be Mike over there in Oklahoma. And Mike knows that. I'm dead serious. He is not going to be in competition with me, because none of the people that watch my show are going to go watch his show. There are two different types of audiences. There are smart people and not smart people. The people that watch PRT, it is a cerebral show. There is an intellect there. There is a type of intellect that these people could never fathom or understand. Our audience is very smart, and our audience is filled with winners. People that watch PRT are smarter. And I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. I'm being honest. They can't compete. They're not going to get somebody who's used to watching a show like PRT where they learn stuff and they get all this material and information, and we go deep, hard in the paint on these shows. And then go and look at a guy who's high as shit with sunglasses on. Yes, let's pray for brother so-and-so and sister so-and-so and brother Sammy and sister Patty and brother Larry and sister Clough. Let's pray for sister Clough. Sister Clough's got a breast surgery coming up. We need to pray for sister Clough. Nobody wants to hear that crap. They're not there for that. They go to church for that. If you want to be a preacher, Barton, go be a preacher. Go pretend and peddle your snake oil, your pretend religion somewhere, because you aren't Christian. Don't sit there and act like it. People don't want to hear this fake piety. They want to hear real. They want to hear the truth. Somebody like me, I come on there and I say, look, I'm a sinner. I've done X amount of things, blah, 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 blah. I tell the absolute truth, and then we get down to business. That's what they're there for. You're not going to ruin my channel, boy, you little beady-eyed, sunglasses-wearing, stringy-haired boy, crypt keeper boy. You're an old man in a little boy's body, Barton. And your body is old and broken. And I don't mean old, but what you've done to your body is abuse it. And that's why you are the way you are. You can't dump something that's more corrosive than battery acid into your body 12 to 24 times a day and then expect to be some kind of fit, strong muscle guy that's running around in the woods slaying dogman. Bullshit. Get over yourself. That ain't going to happen, Gumby. It's not going to happen.
When he first attacked me right here, April 4th to 2024, I was doing a live when I said why I deleted Cluffington, Larry off my friends list. He jumped on there and he said, "You don't have no time for no drama and negativity, but you cast me into some antagonistic, idiotic role in all this bullshit." He probably was high. So how about this, HCS? You don't talk about me doing my thing, and I won't talk about you doing yours, which seems to be primarily taking pictures of bushes and trees and claiming there are demonic dogmen. Not too sick to throw me into this drama, are you? Thank you for your service. Now kindly kiss my ass, sir. That's what he said to me. Uh, then I responded to him after that, and I said, see, "What are you talking about, Bart? I never mentioned your name. I was talking about the three people I deleted from my friends list. Not unless you were here to defend them and are upset because I put them in blast. Your boy Larry was talking about you also, Barton, on how you fit into all of this. Not unless he's lying about you. Just responding to your message. If you got offended because I mentioned how weapons can't hurt the DDN, it's the truth. You can kill something uh, in disembodied form. But Bart, honestly, you don't want to know Sergeant see us. In saying that, not so sorry of the video I've made. That's what I told him. And I think Sergeant Sia said something else, but we'll leave it out because they'll probably try to clip what I'm saying right now. So I wanted to show you the other messages. Uh, let me get to the top one of it. This one, I don't know if you know about this, but he had contacted me, and I just been keeping it for just in case I need to use it. I've been keeping it. I never deleted it, so I'm gonna share it with y'all, so you can see how this guy truly is, man. He's not as dumb as people think he is. I believe everything that he's done is because he's involved in it. He's part of it. He can pretend to be like he don't know nothing, but he's more devious than y'all think.
Oh
That's
no,
all.
he is for sure.
And I'm gonna show you what he wrote to me through Messenger. And I was talking to him about everything that he was writing to me, and we just going back and forth with this. So here we go. I'm fixing to share it with y'all. Man, I don't know. I shared it. Let me see how this starts. I think I had to go to the bottom. Man,
And that link is there for any of you cowards, for you, Larry, Clough, Barton, any of you cowards out there listening, lurking, Mike, especially you fat cockroach coward, any of you liars, frauds, grifters, that's all you are, a whole pack of them. Any of you want to come on and say something, bring it on. I know you cowards. They sit there, oh, I would never go on PRT. Of course you won't, Barton. You won't show up on any platform with me ever in any shape or form because you will be destroyed on that platform in front of everybody. And your lies will be completely derailed.
all right. Let me share this right here. I just don't got because I shared it to. Let me see if it even allows me to share it here. I'm trying to blow it up here, bring it, but it's not. I guess because it's so long that it's not allowing me or something for some reason. What I wanted to share. Let me try this again. And I'll do, okay, let me see.
Madeline says Clough and Dana are ones to talk about the look. Shit, you're giving all of them too much credit there, Madeline. You need to point out what Larry looks like. I mean, dude, he looks like a giant. Imagine a giant circle, a beach ball with really skinny arms and legs coming off of it, walking around like that. That's Larry, built like a frog. He looks like he's built like a frog, climbing around on roofs. That guy, and then he takes a picture of himself with his big old belly hanging out, supposedly putting an engine in a vehicle, but he's just standing there leaning on. I think he's leaning on the damn vehicle itself like an idiot because I think it's like it's up on jacks or something, and his son's doing the work, but he's leaning on some vehicle or something. And I don't see him working. I just see him laying around like he always does. He's a lazy lazy man who every time he got to a site took his boots off. And you take your boots off because you're not going to work. You're just going to lay in your truck and sleep. And that's all he ever did. Every night he ever worked for us, he got caught sleeping every single time. Every time. There's pictures of him sleeping. Different guards, different supervisors took pictures of him sleeping. Like there are tons and tons and tons of witnesses to his bad behavior, to his weird ass behavior of talking to girls, and messing with them, all the time. And he referred to these are grown women, but he referred to them as little girls. Like he called them little girls. What grown woman is going to want to be called a little girl? What kind of weird crap is that?
I'm going to read what he says. See, I got the message here because he's not letting me share it. But the conversation we had, he says, this is what he says to me. He says, this happened on July 22nd. Your love foundation appears to be crumbling, maybe because it's built on sand and lies, not love. That's what he sent me. I said to him, I've overcome the negative side of the balance with the love foundation all my life, Barton, all through Jesus Christ. I know exactly where you stand in the balance, Barton. It's never too late to repent and ask our Heavenly Father for forgiveness. Don't be deceived by the people that surround you unless you've already chosen your path. You know what the dabble in, Barton. And then I said, even though all this drama is happening, I still have nothing against you, against anybody. I forgive people daily as I maintain the love foundation. Open your eyes, brother, and see you're being misled. At the same time, I know that I can trust in man. I place my trust and faith in Jesus Christ. Christ is about forgiveness and love. He is also our protector. The only way he can protect us is if we're on the right path. We have spiritual openings and we can be bonded or spiritually attacked by the unseen, DDN, etc. Then I put, Corn on the Cob guy has been targeting me even before he lost his son, Hunter. He still continues to troll. I have a question for you. Do you dislike me bringing the spiritual aspect into the cryptic community with a question mark? I'm just being obedient to my spiritual orders. Hopefully, I've opened your eyes spiritually so you can tell who's who. If I defend myself and bring Corn on the Cob guy up, is because he continues to troll. In saying that, that's who you are affiliated with and others that have thought negatively about. In saying that, God bless you and your family. Maintaining Love Foundation, always, Brother Bart. That's what I told him. Then he sends me on June 22nd. He sends me this thing. He said, I don't know who added me to this group. Nelly, he said, it's because you know that what you're doing to me is wrong. I have a question for you. Will you and Anthony and Tony follow the devil right into the very fires of hell with a question mark? Better to be homeless and broke than to be burned in hell forever. And he says, the four of you may be able to lie to the public, but you can't lie to me. I was there, remember, with a question mark. He says, I remember the terror and sadness Josh has, and I will impose upon all of you. If you do his bidding, I've offered all three of you a way out. Why do you not take it? Let me. I think it'll let me share that. I'm not sure. I think it is there. Let me find it so y'all can see this. That's what he sent to me. Uh, the other ones I couldn't download because they're too long. Which is, let me see. Here it is. This is what he sent me.
Yeah, and I'm reading some of the comments here. Kitsy Hater, I don't know if you're a real person or whatever, but they keep clamoring for us to talk about stories. That's not happening right now, and that ain't happening tonight. And that didn't happen on my show tonight because I'm not feeling well, and Abe is having to go through this trolling all the time. So if you don't want to hear, you don't want to hear what we have to say and what because we're human beings, we're people, and above all else, we have feelings, and we have family and people, and so if you're here to hear stories and all that, that's not happening right now. Okay, so you're gonna have to go somewhere else. Another person, Katrina Ball, says, "Hi, Abe. I've been a paratrooper." It's funny that she addresses you. She says, "Hi, Abe. I've been a paratrooper for 3 years now, maybe four. Just want Josh to know that someone from Taylor, Texas, tried to hack my Facebook account last week, and I don't live anywhere near Taylor. FYI." Okay, Katrina, I'm hoping that you're a real person, and if you are, it's unfortunate that somebody tried to hack your account. I don't live in Taylor, and my ranch is not in Taylor. It's in another town. It's closer to another town, so it wouldn't be any of us from an IP address if that's what you're getting at. And I don't know why anybody from Taylor would do that. But what people do is, and Mike has a guy. He has a guy that hacks into people's shit because he tried to hack into mine and Abe's. Now, I'm almost positive that that's probably something that they've done. If they know that you are one of us, they might try to do that. But I don't know. I can't 100% say one way or the other. So they can actually attack you from another state and use a city and say that that's the town that they're attacking you from, and it'll look like that. Now, that's a real thing. I know that Mike doesn't have the ability to do that. He's too stupid. He has got to be one of the most deviant, but also very stupid people. He's very low intellect, low grade. He's not a smart man. Like, he's just a deviant man. You don't have to be smart to be deviant. Every brain cell is dedicated toward criminality. So, but I know that he doesn't have the ability to do that himself. He can make a ton of fake accounts. He knows how to do that. That's the skill that he has. He can make a bunch of fake accounts, but he's got a guy, and I don't know if he's still hanging with him or not. But from what I was told, this guy, and I don't want to say his name because I'm not 100. I can't 100% say that it's him, but we're 90% sure it's him who was going around and messing with people's accounts. That dude could probably do that. He can probably hack into somebody's stuff and make it look like it's coming from somewhere else. Most of those fake accounts that people have tracked down of Mike's, they're coming from like Chelsea or somewhere in Oklahoma. I know one of them was that we had found early on was from a different town, but there were these different places in Oklahoma. And then there was some from Wisconsin, which I later found out that's where the Jessopotamus, the big fat ass, that's where she's from. So, yeah, that's where some of these accounts are coming from. Now, it takes money to get people that can cyber sleuth. It's very expensive, but it can be done. And one day, I'm positive that these accounts, and if anybody knows anybody out there that can do it for a decent price and not charge an arm and a leg, that can help us track these people down that are doing this, that are making these fake accounts, because it came out in court that Chicken's Cleghorn was Mike. And if you go back and look at all the horrible, nasty things that this guy said about us, you'll see a peek into Mikey's mind. What gets me is that Barton, you're not that stupid. You're not a smart guy, but you're not that stupid. You should know enough to know that hanging out with people like Larry and Mike is very, very, very bad. These people do very, very, very bad things. They
Let me
say
finish.
very, very bad things.
Let me finish this, brother Josh, and then I'll let you take his finish up what he said. Uh, he says, "Brother, I applaud you bringing Jesus and his instructions into this field." And he says, "But you are following the king of lies, not Jesus. You've been deceived by your true master." That's what he's saying. "I beg you to turn from him and get back on the path of righteousness. Neither me nor my wife have ever spoken or written a single word to this my guy." In which that we found out that was a lie. Uh, that was Josh and Krista. Look at the message I sent to Nellie when she added me to her private group. Praying for you, brother, that the Lord hosts opens your eyes before the devil named Josh leads you straight to hell. Everything he said about me, he is guilty of. Not me or my wife. Look at how I conduct myself and compare it to him. He turns on everyone he can control, and he will turn on you again. When he can't use you anymore to further his demonic agenda, remember this message, and God bless you and your family. This is what I responded to him. I'm my own person and will continue to do my spiritual works. I'm not in this for the money. The people you affiliated with are wicked people. I can only hope that truly you want a positive change in their lives. You're being truly deceived by a demon of pride, the hammer of lies, how you present yourself. I follow Jesus Christ, like I've said before, the one that died on the cross for our sins. It never is too late to repent for your sins, pardon. If you need he was a bad person, if you knew he was a bad person, like you say he is, then why did you affiliate with him in the first place? What was your agenda? I see the bigger picture is you are the leader of the supposedly victims of Brother Josh Turner. You were in it together and your plan backfired. That's why you are all pissed off and keep trolling. Only your Heavenly Father knows all our truth. In saying that, you are just a regular person as I and everybody else. We're all equal in God's presence. It's the spiritual works we do that makes us different. My works are of a love foundation, and you aren't, Barden. Like I said before, God bless you and your family. Then he responds with, "You have chosen to believe the lies he spews from his mouth, Abe. You have chosen your king, the one who blasphemes the one true God, who mocks his word and his people. May God have mercy on you." And then he says, Amen. Then I said to him, "Your God who wiped out the Nephilim and destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, Babylon, have mercy on you for bearing false witness. I forgive you and will maintain my love foundation. God bless you and your family. Forgiveness is part of love. I don't accept any form of negativity in which whatever your cult is dabbling in. I tie bind and rebuke you, Barton, your cult of your cult, any witchcraft or necromancy in Jesus Christ's name." That's it, amen. God bless you and your family to show you the light. There's nothing more to say as you're confused of what you say, Barton. I will pray for you and your family to awaken and be freed from the bondage in Jesus Christ's name. And then he sends this. He says, "It saddens me to know and that you have been brainwashed like this, Abe. I'm the leader of no one. I've conspired against no one, of which it's been revealed that that's a lie." And then he says, I've conspired against no one or told lies about anyone. Your master and his cyberpunks bear false witness every day against me and my wife, and that's okay. So, what brotherhood can, then when you talk about brotherhood, it said, what brotherhood can there be between light and darkness? And what brotherhood can there be between good to evil? And he said, none. Never call me brother again, as you do not follow the tenets of Yeshua the Christ, only the commands of Josh. One day your confusion will be replaced with the truth about him. Then I responded back to him. Says, you have issues, Barden. I will continue to keep you and your family in prayer. Jesus Christ is about forgiveness and love. You completely do the opposite. Larry, the deceiver, is your puppet master, and he laughs daily of how he has control over you. You're his puppet, and he's your master. Break free from the mind control he has over you, not unless you all belong to the same cult. And these are the games you play. We tie, bind, and rebuke any form of witchcraft or necromancy at this time in Jesus Christ's name. Then he responds one more time and he says, "Thank you for the prayers, Abe. We all need all we can get as long as it's directed Yahweh God and spoken in the name of Jesus Christ. But now I'm confused. First you said I was a puppet master. Now Larry's the puppet master. Mike, who I don't know at all and never spoken or typed a single word to, and Roger, have all been accused of the same. Can y'all please get your story straight? Seems no one over there can keep their lives in order, Abe. There have been so many daily. Tell Josh he really should start writing them down or something. He says he's lost all credibility now because that's what their goal was, right? And he says there is no witchcraft or confusion here at my home, Abe. We never mock God or His word or His people. We don't astral travel either, like your friend brags about. How many times have you heard him say this? That alone should open your eyes to the truth. But I want you to know that I understand how you can become so confused and led astray by his heretic. He's so good at it. I'm not mad at you. Just so you know, I pray that you will see the light someday. Maybe then we can even be friends, friendly toward one another again. There will be a good day. And then it says, God bless you. That was the that was a conversation I had with him in 2024, in which it's been revealed that he was friends with Dirty Ike. Because I think you have where they had communicated with each other, so they were in cahoots all along. What do you have to say about all that, brother Josh?
Yeah, and that sounds like him. He went around like a used car salesman. You weren't the only one he did that with, and he did that with Larry. When the whole thing happened with Madeline, which I think was part of the plan, Clough was the mouthpiece to get me fired up and go against Maddie. And then after that, their plan was, and this is how it went down. Me and Maddie had the conversation. She got upset, and Clough called her. Clough called her and said, "Oh, Wolf said that whatever." Or I'm sorry, she called Clough, and he said, "Well, Wolf told me that he was really upset that you and Anthony had slept together." It had nothing to do with the physical act of them sleeping together. I've never given two shits who my nephew or any of the people related to me go to bed with. I don't give a damn. Anthony's had girlfriends come and go. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Same thing with my brother. Same thing with anybody that I know. They have relationships. They begin, they end, they do whatever. And I'm going to say this. This is something I'm going to tell you. One of Anthony's exes, I'm still good friends with her and her mother. I'm still good friends with them. And they recently had a baby, and she's with this other guy. And I think the world of her. Her baby's a very beautiful baby. And we're still very good friends. Her and Anthony really don't communicate that much, but there's no hard feelings. The relationship didn't work out, and that's it. And she used to run and manage a restaurant right over here by where we used to live. And I'd go in there pretty regularly with my wife. And we would see her, and she would give me a hug, and we would talk. And there were no hard feelings. So this weird, sick, demented, sick, weird thing that Larry and Clough and them concocted to try to make it look like I had some kind of weird sickness toward Anthony or Maddie for any of that. Had nothing to do with it at all. I don't care about that. And
That
as you
was
can
that
see,
was
Maddie,
him.
yeah, that was
That
them.
was
And as you can see, Maddie's down here with us now. There is nothing, has nothing to do. These people are sick, weird ass people. If you watched the show the other night, Maddie, sometimes she's on the show, sometimes she's not. Sometimes Tony's there, sometimes she's not. Anthony's there because he's the tech guy, but he's taught them how to do the technical stuff too, and he's teaching them everything. And so he's kind of just the co-host by default. But the bottom line is this. They had a plan, folks. I'm going to tell you 100%. Now, I can't say 1001% that I have it all correct, 1000%, but I'm pretty damn close. I'm sure that I have it pretty close because I believe Maddie. When Maddie tells me this, she confessed and admitted her part in it. She said, I said some very bad things. And I said, what do you mean? She said, well, when I was mad, I said, blah, 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 blah. I said, oh, damn, you were really mad.
but
Then
he led her into saying those things because
yeah.
that's what he did.
Well, hold on. This is what happened, though. And I'm going to reiterate this and I'm going to say it. in the way that I know that it happened because I believe that this is what happened. Like I said, most of this will come from Maddie, but I believe her, folks. I'm telling you, I believe this. When she talked to me, she said some things to me on the phone that made it escalate. And I said some things back because she was hurting. I did not know that her grandmother was in the hospital. Bluff knew that her grandmother was in the hospital. Not once did Mr. Stay Puff at any point in time tell me that her grandmother was dying in the hospital. He never mentioned that to me. Never.
Wow.
So that's something that was really just yeah, I think about that, if there's something going on, I'm going to tell you right now 100% that's going to be a very key talking point. You're going to be like, "No, hold on. If you're defending Maddie like he claims he did, you're going to say, "Wait a minute, Wolf, don't be so hard on her. Her grandmother was in the hospital dying." He never mentioned that. He never said that. That never, ever, ever came up. That's a
He never said
very
that to
key
me
point.
either. He was crying to me. He didn't say nothing like that. He was more interested. He was upset because her and Tony had relations. He was more upset at that, and he was literally crying on the phone.
Her and
Uh,
Anthony. Tony's a different
yeah,
person.
it's Aaron Anthony. He
Yeah.
was crying over it.
I was upset about it.
Really
And that's
crying.
what when he talked to me, Abe, it was the same thing. It was a whiny, angry, pissy, feminine, the way he talks. No, not attacking females, but he's a man. He's supposed to act like a man. I come from the old school. There's two genders, men are men and women are women. And he acted like a damn woman about it. But
Yep.
he was like, and I'm just telling you, you know how he talks. I'm just telling you because, it could be a problem for your company. It could be this, it could be that. The way he talks, real slimy. And I thought about it and I was like, well, yeah, you're right. I mean, I kept asking Clef, I said, well, why did they not tell any, whatever? He was in on that, not telling me. And I'm like, well, that just makes it look like there was some kind of weird thing, and I'm like, well, that don't make any sense at all. Like, why would they keep it hidden from me? Well, one of the things that Clough said was that Larry was a big mouth. This came up in the conversation. He said that Larry was a big mouth and that if Larry knew about it, which he already did because Clough had told him, I didn't know this. This is another part of their deceit. He said Larry is a big mouth, and if Larry finds out, he's going to spread it like gossip to everybody. He's going to tell everybody about it, and he knows a lot of other big mouths. Now, I can only assume, he didn't say, but I can only assume that he was talking about Dana Ortega and the likes, Shell, Kaka Dion, whatever her name is, Cuckoo Dion. I don't know what these people do or say. I don't pay attention to these pieces of shit. Okay, I don't know them. I don't care. I knew Dana and how she was, and you had warned me about her. Bettina had warned me about her. A lot of people had Justin Decker. They'd all told me about her, how awful she was. And so I just said, I'm going to stay away from this person. I'm not going to talk to her no more. I quit answering her. I quit letting her message me. So I didn't know what she was doing. Like demons, they wander off into the wilderness and they come back with 7 other demons. So Clough was trying to tell me, yeah, people like Larry, because he was always using Larry as a scapegoat. And Larry, I don't know if you think this guy's your friend because he sure the hell isn't or wasn't. And he warned me about Larry finding out. Well, Anthony at that point had not told me that Larry had talked to him a week before and chastised him about premarital sex and all this other weird shit. So Clough had already told him. So then, of course, I get a hold of Maddie and I tell Maddie, hey, why did you keep this hidden? And why is all this stuff being said? And there were some other things too. He had told me that Maddie had said some bad things about me, right? So I confronted her. I said, well, if you got all these negative things to say about me and my family, why would you want to come down here? She started crying and there was an outburst from her and she said some things and we said some things back and forth. Of course, she's going to go and call Clough. But when she calls Clough, because I told her he's the one that told me, he knew he was ready. Like a spider, he pounced and he was like, okay, Maddie, and this is coming from her. And I believe her. That
You want him to be a
basic,
hero.
yeah, that basically he told her, "Oh no, that's not how it went down. We need to call and uh, talk to Phil, the guy from Germany." And then the guy from Germany who was in on it, apparently, according to them, he said, "Let's call Larry." So him and Larry had been working and talking to people and going around the community, Clough and Larry and this other guy, and recruiting and getting people to go against us.
They're in
Now,
cahoots.
this was the plan that Mike had from the beginning. So Mike obviously was probably in on this too, either directly or indirectly. So then they go and then of course Larry says, "Let's get Barton," because he's big on Barton, man. He thinks that they're kindred hillbillies or whatever. So he goes and he gets Barton involved, and then they have this big powwow on the phone where all they do is talk trash about me. And Maddie is surprised because she thinks these are supposedly my friends, but they start talking shit and running me down and running me down. And this is right after the conference. And Barton's like, "Well, what does he ever do to bring the community together? I'm the one that brought the community together. I'm the one that did this. I'm the one that did that. I'm the guy." So it's all, and they're all like, "Yes, Barton, you are. You're the guy." This is what they did. This is what they did. So then she's shocked by this. She calls Nellie. Nellie talks to me, and then we start talking. I still was not ready to sit down and have a conversation with Maddie because of the things that had been said. There was a lot of bad things that were said, a lot of things that were typed and text. And I was just not, I was infuriated. I was not ready to just sit down with any of these people. At that point, I really didn't want to talk to Clough because I didn't know who to trust. I damn sure didn't want to talk to Larry. I had had a conversation with him a few days before about all the bullshit that he was texting all these people, and he was going door to door trying to
Yep.
get people against me, trying to get people against me. And you were one of them. So was Abe. So was Bettina. So was Matt M. So was a bunch of other people. And he had turned a bunch of people against me up to that point. This plan was already in full swing. Larry was already going door to door when Clough made his move. Now, you tell me that's a coincidence? Folks, anybody out there that's got half a brain, you tell me that that's a coincidence. People come to me and tell me, including Larry, "Hey, Clough wants to talk to you." And I said, "Why? Why does Clough want to talk to me?" I don't have anything to say to Clough at that point. It was before this what he said. And I told Larry that on the phone. I said, "I don't give a shit who wants to talk to me, Larry. I'm talking to you." This is right before me and Clough had the conversation. He was the first one. Well, Clough reached out to my wife. She says, "Yeah, Clough wants to talk to you." About what? I don't know. Same thing. Maddie wants to talk. Clough wants to talk to you. Everybody's telling me Clough wants to talk to me. And I said, "Well, Clough can call if he wants to talk to me." He claims he did, and I didn't answer or whatever. I don't remember whether he did or not because I probably didn't. I tried to ignore the guy. He was an annoying fat bastard as far as I'm concerned, and I'm willing to say that to anybody who'll listen. I never, ever liked that son of a bitch. Ever. Ever. Everybody around me was fooled by you, Clough, not me. And you know I didn't like you. Me and you had a private conversation about how I didn't trust your fat ass.
You
And
ever
anybody who
corner
will
them?
go and
You
sit
ever
in
corner
another
them
man's
in the house, Josh?
do what?
You ever corner them in the house and look around like you wanted to should have cornered them up and so you got
Yeah, when he
scared
ate
the
my
hell out of
leftovers one time, he was in there gobbling up shit that wasn't his. Me and him got into it. Yeah, I've said that
Wow.
because he's a fat ass that would go into our fridge and eat what things that weren't his. Dude, you have no idea how fat and how gluttonous this guy is. He is a lard ass, and I don't believe him for a minute that he's losing weight. Bullshit. Bullshit. Clough, let's compare. In about a month, let's compare before and after photos of me and you. Let's see who's lost weight. You got no willpower, dude. I watched you shovel shit in your mouth. I've watched you shockingly eat massive amounts of food and then lay around and fart because you don't move. You are
Wow.
Jabba the Hutt, dude. Truck driving is a great job for your fat ass. You are a weak, fat bastard, Clough, in my opinion. Now I don't want to get too far off into opinions. That's just opinions. But the facts are the facts. What you said and what you did, you knew what you did, and you got into my tub when I was gone. You went and wallered around in there like a big giant walrus, left a nasty, greasy gray stain around the tub, left it dirty because you're a nasty, stank ass dude. Okay. That's what you are. You want to perpetuate now because you're angry and you want to perpetuate a myth that I'm some kind of weirdo, that I'm a big fat guy and that I'm gay. No, you're the big fat gay weirdo. Stop projecting, Clough. You and your bosses over there, Ike and Barton. And let's be honest, there is a chain of command here. Ike is at the top. Ike is the main guy. He is their boss. Barton can say whatever the hell he wants. Ike would crush him like a bug in 2 seconds if he wanted to. Ike is using this little punk like a puppet. Barton is nothing to Ike. Ike doesn't have friends. Ike has freaking puppets, temporary puppets. He don't even have allies. Ike is not a gang member. He is a one-man show with a bunch of old hags that he uses as mouthpieces. And he goes through these high priestesses. Now let's go through the priestesses he had. He had Janice Blake starting out with this, and he had Wendy Guizdala. Wendy defected, came to our side, told us everything he was doing. He had Brooke Siegler. Brooks used to be one of us. He plucked her from us and took her and made her into some kind of whatever. She's bowed out. He had Janice Blake. Janice is now being quiet because she knows her fat ass is still around, but she knows she can't say too much because we turned her into the board of psychology for showing pictures of her patients that were cutting themselves.
Wow.
Now, why she's not bounced out of there, I have no idea. But I read the letter she wrote to the state, and it was an absolute perjuring lie. Every bit of it's a lie. If I had the money, I'd go after every fucking one of these people, every one of them. And I would sue the living shit out of them. Y'all better hope I don't make a bunch of money or win the lottery, because I will not let this go. I will sue you all into oblivion. And I would hire investigators to go after all of you. I'm going to tell you that right now. These people, what they've done to me in my life in the last 2 years, they have turned it upside down. And it didn't just start with that Peterson Damon bullshit, that fake account of a black man that Mike tried to use to troll people. And it's come out that he was that guy. We know that he had that fake account. That was him 100%. We know it was. We also know that he was Chicken's Cleghorn. Folks, do the math. Unless you don't have a brain, he's already been caught with at least 2, maybe three fake accounts. We know that he's got 3. How many more do you think he has? It would be foolish to believe that he doesn't have it. People like Larry and Barton turn a blind eye to this man's sins because he's fighting and attacking us. So they're okay with him. Mike, in his own words, has said that he is good at throwing people under the bus. Yes, you are, Mike. Yes, you are. You've thrown several of your own people under the bus. That's why they don't come forward. You blackmail people, Mike, and you're doing it to multiple people. That's why they don't come forward after they leave your camp. You don't see them anymore, but they don't say nothing because Mike's got dirt on all of them. You ain't got shit on me, you fat butterball, you walking skin tag plague of a man. You got nothing. You can unload everything you got about me, and I don't give a shit. And then you can resort to lying, you demon, you devil, Satan. You can sit there and say all you want, that I'm this ladybird killer and that I'm all this other crap, which is nothing but lies. You got nothing to corroborate that, and you won't sue me, Mike, because it will all come out, all of that you're behind all of these fake accounts. And I have no doubt that they used, and I'm sure Larry probably knows, they used those fake accounts to convince Barton of a lot of bullshit. That's what I believe. But Barton is not innocent because he willingly went along with it, even though in his true heart, he knew it wasn't true. He just went along with all that self-righteous bullshit. Yeah, because Barton wants you to believe that he's this pious, God-fearing man, but yet he doesn't want you to know that he smokes copious amounts of marijuana. Every day that he was here in Austin, he was trying to get us to find marijuana because they smoked all their marijuana in the first 2 days. Every morning, we went to pick them up from the hotel. We put them up in a hotel, Abe, for 9 days. We went to pick them up. They were stoned out of their fucking minds and fighting over marijuana. And he was bitching at Letitia because she smoked too much. Most of the people that they hang with don't know about Barton and this. There's some people from the conference, though, that he smoked pot with. They know. And he was doing it like every day. And I asked him on the 4th or 5th day, I said, is there a day where you can go without being stoned? He goes, oh, brother, I just got to calm my nerves down. There's a man that doesn't believe in anxiety, but he's riddled with it. That's why he smokes so much damn pot. And I told him, I said, you should probably go to the doctor and get diagnosed. And Letitia's like, I told him, but he don't listen. He's like, I don't believe in all that. I don't believe it's real. I don't believe it's the most ignorant son of a bitch you'll ever meet. And I said, dude, it's absolutely real. And that's why you smoke all the fucking time. And I wasn't going to say nothing about it because who am I to say to anybody about doing, smoking pot or whatever? I used to smoke pot years ago, not anymore. I haven't for years. But, there's people that do. And so what? People smoke pot. But why hide it? Why are you hiding it from people? And that didn't sit well with me, that he hides all this shit. And there's other things too. He hides a lot of things. He's a very ignorant man. He believes some weird shit, man. Now, he made me promise on one of those things not to say it publicly. Like I said, I don't think it's that bad of a thing. But I'm going to keep my word, Martin, even because in the end, at judgment, I can look you in your eye and know, look, dude, I kept my word, even though you didn't. You broke everything you ever said to me. You have broken every word you ever gave me. You're a liar and never paid me back a penny of what you took from me. So here's the thing. He believes that the sky is filled with water. This is what he believes, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he's embarrassed of this. And there's more. I'm not going to say it, but he believes that we're covered by a dome, right? And that the sky is all water and that there is a world right there, right? That's what he believes. And that this is what he told me, folks. This is the absolute truth. And that the earth is over 1 million miles long.
Smoking, man.
He said that the earth is over 1 million miles long. But he also said he wasn't sure. He just estimates that. Now, I don't know how much he smoked before he told me this. This is the kind of weird shit that goes on in his head. When he started telling me about all these weird visions and all this other weird shit that he saw and heard and whatever, I started questioning the reality that he was living in. And I said, oh, shit, I don't know if this guy, I don't know if his encounters or whatever may be valid. I don't know. That's why I didn't really use him a lot on the show to like say, hey, this guy, he had this encounter and that, because I don't know, man, because I really don't know. And he got aggravated with me because I didn't bring him back on and tell a bunch of weird shit that because he was seeing shit every day. He was going out to the LBL and claiming to see all this fantastical shit and, the saber-toothed cat and all this other.
Yeah.
Dude, whatever.
The saber-toothed tiger. Or whatever. I mean, shit. If I was high, I'll be seeing all kinds of shit too. That's a hallucination of the drug is doing. Drug hallucinations.
Yeah. I mean, it's really weird. And Letitia had a lot of weird visions too. I mean, I think that it's a mental psychosis, in my opinion, from both of them. I mean, I don't know, man. And they fought constantly, and they're very uncomfortable people to be around. And if other people have been around them for a length of time and they're being honest, and they would quit being cowards and step up and speak, they would tell you, these people, because there's a lot of people in this community who can attest to their behavior. I don't know if they want to get involved. They don't want to say nothing. That's the problem. Nobody wants to say anything. Now, we get to this guy. I'm not going to say his name, about the group. I don't personally have a problem with the guy. I told him that that's not my post and that's not my whatever. But I think that him and his other friends need to have a talk with this little dude and tell him, look, man, you're off your fucking rocker. The cheese has slipped off your cracker, boy. You got something wrong with you. You need to go check into a damn mental hospital. Now, that's another thing. They like to spin these narratives that are absolute falsehoods. One of them is that I was in a loony bin. I have never been in any fucking loony bin. I was in a treatment center for anger problems and for drinking when I was a teenager, because I got drunk and got into a fight in a parking lot. And they put me in that facility. But I was only there for a little while, not very long, maybe 2 weeks or whatever. And they put me into this other place for people who had drank or whatever, because they told me there was nothing wrong with me. They're like, there's nothing wrong with this kid. And so they sent me to another place. But they hang on to that because I admit to my sins. I admit to my flaws. So everything, Mike's favorite thing is his own words. He admits in his own words. something that you could never do, Ike. You got stone cold busted doing all kinds of deviant, evil shit, and you will not come clean and just admit to what you've done and accept the rap that you got for what you did. No, you got to twist and turn it into a conspiracy and try to drag people down with you. I got zero respect for him. I got zero respect for these liars. None of them, not one of them do I have 1 ounce of respect for. All respect I had for Barton at one time as a human being, as a person, as a decent man, I lost it a long time ago. This guy to me was never a Christian. I don't know what he is. He's weird. I don't know what the hell kind of shit he's on. When he went into the hospital, I prayed and I prayed for him. And when D.A. Roberts went to the hospital, I prayed for him. D.A. Roberts gets out and talks about he'll never forgive me or whatever for anything I've said or done about him, whatever. You do what you got to do, fiction writer. You do what you got to do. He joined that camp early on, and he was soundly in that camp. Good for him. Same goes for Barton. That's Roberts.
Here's Stephen Michael McGee giving himself up when he says boots on the ground on the bottom with his fake account of Peterson Damon.
Oh, yeah.
He says, every guy seen where PRT is back in red, King CS. He is working with Bettina Moss also. Man, this is so sad that they're doing this and it's hurting the community. Abe is even taking hard hits on PRT page because he was already trolling me. His own fans know Bettina and CS are a blurry subject, if you know what I mean. Then he says, your numbers are growing and they can compete with your boots on the ground. Rock on. Right there, boots on the ground. That's he's indirectly saying that's Stephen Michael McGee. And that Peterson Damon was just another fake account. Then plus what happened on the screen where he logged out of Peterson Damon, but he had the other account of Stephen Michael open, and boom, his name popped up on the screen. Yeah, but he right there. Who says boots on the ground all the time, Brother Josh?
Yeah.
Stephen Michael, corner the cob, dirty Ike. That's what he says. That's his saying on his. Go to AI. That's what it says on there. Boots on the ground. Right there. He's the one that started a lot of these things. Way back then.
He's been at it for a long time, and he's got a lot of fake accounts. That's why I'm not afraid of that guy suing or doing jack shit. Because he knows if he tries and it gets deposed in court, it's all going to come out. Because the way that we're going to go at him is going to be his fake accounts. He has done all those fake accounts. What he doesn't realize is he's created an entire web, a network. But what he doesn't get, and what you don't understand, I'm going to address you directly, Mr. Stephen Michael McKee of Abnormal Investigations. You leave a cyber footprint. Just like if you were to walk around in the dirt, you don't understand how it works. I do. And I'm going to tell you right now, you leave a footprint, a digital footprint. Now, this has all been kind of on the back burner because I have life, things that I have to do. I have to work. I got all kinds of stuff I got to deal with. But they're going to push it. They're pushing it now to where they're not going to. They did. They've pushed it to where now this is at the forefront of my life. Tomorrow, I have a meeting with a lawyer. Hope from Houston. Hopefully that will be the last person I got to deal with because I've been real picky about who I'm talking to. But hopefully that'll be it, and we can get the ball rolling on these people because something has to be done. And if no one else is going to do it, I got to do it. And I've been having to fight these people. They are concentrating all of their efforts on me. They are attacking me and you as we're their main targets because we're the ones that aren't sitting back passively and letting them slap us around. We're actually taking a stand. They have attacked and trolled and trolled and trolled. And now their ultimate goal is to get rid of me. If they really think if they can get rid of me, then they'll be free to do whatever they want. And that's Mike's real goal, is to be free to do and reign terror like the damn devil himself.
I got your back, brother Tony.
Yeah,
I got your back, and my buddies
I really do because
veterans got your back too, man. They'll be
a lot
watching
of
your
people.
show. They'll be tuning into your show and to my show. My brother in arms. They'll be turning into the show. I got family that be tuning into the shows, like from down in the valley, from everywhere. So you're not in it alone, man. I got your back. You know, you're not in it alone.
And
Uh,
it looks like it started, with me defending you and Bettina, but they had been attacking you and Bettina long before I got
yeah.
involved.
Even when they had the truths, when you had the truth, they kept on. Like,
Yeah,
man, I don't
it
want to
doesn't
say
stop.
nothing because Brother Judge got truths with them. And I said, fuck it, I'm gonna defend myself. I'm not gonna let them throw all them arrows at me and freaking not do nothing about it because he was attacking me all that time. He supposedly had truths with you. They were all attacking me. Boom, boom, boom. I know it was him.
If he was wanting me to get you under control and he was trying to use you, what he was doing was attacking you during the truce. And then he was coming and running to me and saying that he was going to have to go after me if I didn't get you to rein you in. So he was trying, this deviant bastard, this Friar Tuck head looking fucker, what he was trying to do was make me and you go at each other and fight, right? During that truce. And then he could sit back and keep attacking you with fake accounts and then pull back and say, "Oh, I didn't do anything," and trying to make it look like he was innocent. And the whole time he had Janice attacking me. So his plan, and this was your plan, Mike. Your plan was to attack Abe, agitate the shit out of him, and then have him be the catalyst and the excuse that you could attack me, and then the truce is broken. He used Janice. Janice, during that truce, said, "Well, you have a truce with Mike, not me." And so she attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked
Mm-hmm.
until Brandon Tolbert and me and Nelly and everybody got together and wrote to the board. Brandon Tolbert is Bettina's best friend in this fight or whatever. And so we all got together to try to do something about her because she was posting pictures of a woman that had cut herself. That was one of her patients. This is a sick, evil woman. In my opinion, she's a vile, vile serpent. She tried to say that I called her up one night and was making threats. I had all the receipts, and we put them all on PRT News. And I said, there they are right there. That's the whole conversation. Stop lying. These people kept trying all that bullshit. Yeah, well, this was said and that was said. No, I had all the receipts. They didn't plan on me having all of the texts and having screenshots of everything. So then every time they come up with a new lie, these roaches, we would slam it, shut it down, and there's the truth right there. And so they keep on and keep on. They really think that people are going to forget. So then they go back to 2 years, a year, whatever, and then they say, well, this is what happened. And they think that we forgot about it, everybody forgot about it, or we don't have the receipts. They depend on people's short-term memory to be bad. They really do. I've never seen anybody as cool as calculating and evil as Ike. He's stupid, but he's also really evil. Like, he is really evil. Folks, when I tell you evil, I mean evil. You don't understand. Him and Larry, I think Larry. I think Clough is just a fat, jilted, acts like an ex-girlfriend that's been, whatever. So does Barton. But Larry and Mike are two of the evilest people involved in this whole thing. Really, Mike is the most calculating person. He's a spider, and he's weaved a web, but that web is so messed up and so gnarled that he doesn't know which way is up in that web, and he has left a digital footprint all over that. There are people that you can pay. Once the ball gets rolling, your lawyer will go in and they will hire someone to untangle that web, and you can find these people, who they are. And eventually it'll all come out. That's why they're not going to sue, because it would be the stupidest thing that Mike could ever do, because if he tried, that digital web is going to wrap him up in a cocoon of lies, and every one of those fake accounts is going to fall out of his ass. It's going to go right back to wherever him and his buddies' computers are. You can mask that, but people can peel back those layers, and they can find you, and they can see all of your doings. Folks, there are things that I know about this guy that I am not at liberty to say because it would damage people that are dealing with him. There are things that I have uncovered about him. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for the day. I'm hoping and praying that it comes to fruition, that I can expose this guy, the truth about, I mean the real truth, like the truth, like everything I know about him. I know a lot about him. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I found out everything that he was doing, the truce ended right then and there because I knew exactly what he was up to. His whole plan was to attack. And that was it. They were going to agitate you and then come to me and tell me that the truce was over if I couldn't get you under control. The whole time, Janice was attacking us. He used
Yeah,
her.
I got the screenshots. I'm going to show them to you how she was attacking me. Janice, look, I got them. I got the screenshots. I just downloaded them. Yeah, she's crazy. Check it out. I'm going to share them with you. That she was attacking me. That's why I didn't want to say nothing. I was just like seeing what they were doing. I said, screw this. I'm not going to be letting them attack me. Here's one of the things here that she said. Let me make it big in the big screen here. She says, HCS, this is your choice, and don't be blaming your mama when the feds knock on your door. If you think Josh will help you, you cannot be that dumb, can you? How many prison guards has had to help you with self discipline? I'll continue to pray, but that's all I can do. Your fate is in your own hands, not mine at this point. All right. And then let's go to the next one. I put a little emoji that said, "You lost your mind. You've lost your mind." And then
Good night, Paula.
she said, "HC, is you truly concerned about my mind? Is it because it's quite a bit smarter than yours? What's losing your with your mind? Only thing left to throw at me since every other thing so far has been bogus. You just want me to go away because you know I have the power of God with me. You know the attacks on me will come back at you because I'm blessed. Be afraid, Abe. Be very afraid." But I say, and she said something about she did a Dana here. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you to God, blah blah blah. And then I put, what can you be happy for Hunter and his loving mother? That's what. And then I'll keep you in prayer, Jenna. You're losing your mind. And then I put, thank you, Jesus. Hunter is safely home with his beloved mother. She's defending Mike here. She's like, Abe CS, is that you would be pleased playing with a child's life? I personally find you disgusting, but I will continue to pray for even a creature like you. And I put, Jesus Christ is awesome. Answer my prayers for Hunter to be safe, home with his mother, safe with his mother. Happy New Year, 2024. God bless you.
Yeah, these
I'll keep
people
you- Yeah,
pretending to be, into God. Yeah, I don't know what God they are into, but
and then she
they're
said,
not.
"Did your mother abandon you, Abe? Were you not wanted either? Is that your dog in this hunt? I'm sorry, but I cannot keep interacting with you either." And I told her I'll continue to keep Hunter and his mother in prayer. Amen. And no more entries of the case. Your words and actions are way out of proportion with a normal person would be saying and doing. Maybe talk to someone if your own mother is no longer alive. Then there are techniques professionals. Again, say you say she's a psychiatrist, right? To resolve the feeling of abandonment by a parent. You're interested in truly was past concern for a child. Ask yourself, what is it is causing it some emotional and reactions. Loving mother, you have past normal, blah blah blah. And then right now, it is the anniversary of when I lost my mother in 1985. Then Janice Blake, continuous prayers for your Hunter and his mother for the Heavenly Father to continue to protect him. This I pray in Jesus' name. I also pray for Psycho Janice, for her to break free from the negative attachments bonding her, for her to break free from Chicken Stephen Michaels' mental grasp over his. This I pray in Jesus' name. Janice, a YouTube channel is more important than his son. That's why he's safely with his mother. Steven can start paying child support now. She put a little crying sound. Then HCS, you can also, okay, that's the one that she wrote. Okay, let me see what else we got here. I think Janice Blake, I know you be Damian Peterson's side of him because she was playing Damian Peterson, Damian Peterson because she even said it that she had fun with that account. I was
Oh yeah,
being fraudulent,
they
trying to make
admitted
you
it. Yeah.
a big dollar is a beggar. Like I said before, I'm happy Hunter is stable home with you and his loving mother. God bless you. Have a nice day. Uh, God is awesome. And Smart for 2024. I think I already said this one there. Okay, I can save you, Abe. All I can do is tell you info you need to save yourself. Guess why Josh used Bettina? I think we already said that. Uh, yeah, we already said that. I think it was going the wrong way. Tell you the truth. Yeah, she was screenshots is your receipt. Educated of school jobs. Blah 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 blah. Fucking, she's psycho, man. She got issues. Yeah, I was
Let's
just
put it
showing you that
mildly.
I had gone back and forth with her, and that's why I knew that she was affiliated with them because, and then she admitted. I think y'all have this where she said that she had fun with the Damon Peterson account that they need to
Yeah.
do it again.
Yep. We should do the Damon Peterson thing again, she said.
Yeah. So basically, is supposedly she is a psychiatrist, and she I guess she's a psychiatrist. You can play mind game with their patients.
Oh yeah.
Sick bitch.
Yep. She's evil. Everybody that he had doing stuff with him is evil. She turned a knock at her door into a home invasion. We have the screenshots of them talking about that.
Wow.
Yeah. Even Mike was like,
And she the one that her house got picked up by a tornado?
oh, I don't know about that.
There was somebody, I think it was her, that said something about my mother, man. I think I don't know if I got the screenshot somewhere there, but all I know is that the tornado came and she lost her home. Whoever that was that lost her home, I don't know if it was her or not. But there was I think
I
it
don't
was
think
her.
so.
Sister Madeline would know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was, so I was trying to hold back and be cool about the priest treaty that y'all had, but they kept on targeting me, man. Just coming at
Yeah.
me, coming at me,
Well, they were
coming at me.
attacking me too. They were using Roger from the LBL. He was attacking, and so was. But then who knows, dude? There were so many fake accounts
Yeah.
with these people. There's no telling who was who. It was probably Mike himself pretending to be other people. Who knows? And I couldn't. It's you. That's why I said is that we had to talk about it here at PRT. We had a meeting, and I said, dude, what do we do? And everybody was in agreement that this guy, you can't make peace with somebody who makes those fake. Because you
I
don't
wouldn't want
know.
to. I wouldn't want to make peace with them. Take the psycho evaluation test, and we'll talk about pieces. If you pass your psycho evaluation test, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've had so many fights with with these psychos and they're just they join forces because they're all on that same vibration. Here's what I got to say about this hate thing. I'm going to say this, Abe. There are groups on Facebook and in YouTube, folks, for every possible thing you could be involved in. I used to have hobbies. I don't have much anymore. My life has just become about this, doing the paranormal stuff. And it used to be fun until these people came along. But here's the problem. If you dedicate your life to being in a group with people who are bonded with you only because of hate, whether it's white supremacy, black supremacy, brown supremacy, it doesn't matter. Any kind of racism that's just everybody can understand this statement I'm going to make. There are things that you're not going to like about certain people. Maybe you don't like certain aspects that certain people bring to the table. You're not going to like jihadists. You might not like people who do bad things within a group that fit a certain stereotype. But when you join up with a group of people dedicated to hating whatever that is, remember, you have joined up with those people and your bond with them is a hate bond. So it is doomed to be nothing but negative and evil, and it will devolve into demonic. It doesn't matter. There are religions, and I can think of two in particular on the face of this earth that are dedicated to the hatred of other religions and other people that are just minding their own business, but they don't believe like them, so they have to hate. So they stone them to death, and they make laws and rules based on hating those people, and they subvert and try to do everything they can to attack those other people. And so when you have groups like that that are dedicated and their bond is just to hate, they're dedicated to hate and their bond is to hate, what do you think is going to happen? There is a group on Facebook, on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, there's a bunch of them, and they're dedicated to hating certain football teams. There is one that's just all about hating the Dallas Cowboys. There's a few of them.
Yeah.
And they're the nastiest, meanest, evilest people. They don't have like, oh, I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan or a 49ers fan. They are a Cowboy hater first and then a 49er fan second. Now, if you're a 49er fan, I can respect that. Go be a 49er fan. But why would you be a Cowboys hater first and then go and be a 49er fan? Why can't you just like the Packers or the Redskins or whatever they're called nowadays, the Washington wokeness, whatever? Why can't you just go and be a fan of that instead of being a hater? And I have a friend who's I've known him for years. He's one of my really good friends I grew up with. That's his uncle. And his uncle is a nice guy, but he is dedicated to hating the Cowboys. It was 3 or 4 years into his always talking bad about the Cowboys before I found out that he was even a 49er fan. I didn't even know that. All I knew was that he hated the Cowboys because he never mentioned anything about the 49ers until one day he made a post saying time for battle, and it showed the 49ers with their hands up like they were getting ready to play the Packers. And I said, oh, he's a Niners fan. Well, all I knew was that he hated the Cowboys. And I thought, man, this guy's got a black heart to sit here day in and day out and just talk about the Cowboys. That's what happens. There are people who literally join groups that are dedicated toward hating a subject or hating a team or hating a certain political affiliation or hating a certain person. When you engage in that activity, there was a Joe Biden group that hated Joe Biden. There was another one that hated Obama. I'm not a fan of either one of those goofballs. I don't like George Bush Jr. either. But I never joined any kind of group that was dedicated toward hating anything. Because if you do, you are lowering your soul vibration, your spiritual vibration. You're putting it on a lower vibration, and you are bonding with negative people, and you are allowing those negative entities attached to them to crawl onto you. And I'm telling you right now, these people have started a hatred for me and for Abe and for other people in this community. And that hatred has festered into this cabal of sick evilness. And it is so bad. It has gotten so demented, so perverted, and so twisted. These people would sell their soul to Satan himself if it would hurt us just a little bit. And when you are that dedicated to the hatred of someone, whether it's a man or a group or an idea, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to seep into the very essence of your soul. And I believe that these people have engaged in so much hatred for us here at PRT and for you and for the other people that we're friends with, that it has sickened their already dark souls for engaging in this in the beginning. They have gotten sicker and sicker and sicker. Take Larry Fisher for an example. I mean, you could look at Dana too. You can look at any of them, but Larry's latest rant, where I just read to you guys. Now he's accusing me of being a serial killer, whereas before yesterday he was accusing me of I'm getting ready to sacrifice a child to the devil for Halloween. This kind of shit right here, and they all revel in it, and they love it. They serve it, and they just it's like a form of worship for them. It is a form of idolatry. And this is what they do. And while they're doing all of this and they're reveling in all of this sickness and this sadistic evil, they think they're hurting us and hurting whatever. And they may be to a light degree, but really and truly, it's hurting them. Every stab they hit us with, they're getting 10 wounds in return. And their souls are bleeding to death. And they're not doing anything. They're not doing any triage or anything to try to stop the bleeding. And then definitely not doing any long-term treatment. And they're definitely not serving Christ, because if they were serving Christ, they wouldn't be doing the things that they are. They would get the hell away from each other and unlink themselves from these very evil, negative people. They would stop feeding this negativity and they would go on and go away and leave us alone. Because I promise, if every one of them just shut their damn trap, stop posting everything evil that comes to their wicked minds and their unbridled evil imaginations. If they would do that, I would never mention their names again, and I would move on and quit dealing with them in any shape or form. But the attacks just keep coming, and it's getting more and more and more intense and more vicious. And they're spinning out because they can't get someone to do something to us, especially what I think is eliminating us. Because I really believe that Mr. Fisher and Mr. Nunley believe that if someone does something to me because they ran to the police and cried to them that we were these horrible, bad people, that they're not going to be held accountable for it. That's what they think. They think that they can incite all of this hatred and this violence and this negativity, and that they will not be held accountable for it. They really believe that because they tell each other that. That's a problem. And when you reinforce the negative, bad behavior of hatred, what do you think is going to happen? It breeds more hatred, and it gets worse and worse and worse until it's ugly. Ugly in a way that you can't even recognize. You don't even recognize yourself anymore. Look at what Mr. Nunley is doing. Every day he's making a post over there, spinning the hell out, talking crazy. Bargain, get a hold of yourself. I get it. You don't like me. I get it. For the last year, it's been a year. He says it's been 2, but I'll give you credit. You've only been really coming out. Now, hold on. He's only been attacking me for about a year. It's only been a little over a year. He claims that he's been attacked for 2 years. I don't know who the hell attacked him. It wasn't me.
Corner Cobb and Larry and Dana, the same people that are on the Roach camp playing games. They saw they would probably lure them in there. Well, I don't know. I believe he's been in cahoots with them all along, honestly. Are you there, Brother Josh?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, it wasn't public. Let's put it that way. He's claiming that we've been attacking him for 2 years. He keeps telling anybody that'll listen that we attacked him for 2 years, and he did nothing. No, dude. No, Scarecrow. No, Crypt Keeper. We have the screenshots going way back to the beginning with me and you, Barton, and you were attacking and attacking and attacking and attacking. I believe it was not this past summer, the summer before, when he started this shit. And he started it. He started it with me. I didn't start it with him. And then Larry, not even a week or 2 after, he's like, oh, he was bragging, so proud that he talked Barton into joining in the fight against us. He admitted that he had been working on him. Well, Larry had been working on a lot of people. And a lot of those people, I think, just decided to shut up and move on because it's just not worth the trouble to sit there and hate somebody. But Larry told Barton, and this is what Barton had told me before he publicly attacked me. He said that I had offended Larry and that I had hurt his reputation.
Fuck the Aggies.
Yeah. But that's the problem right there, because I didn't bow down to A&M because that's his cult. He is in a cult, folks. Make no mistake. Not all Aggies are like him. There's a small cabal within that Aggiedom. None of my cousins and friends are really like that, but there's a few of them that are like really crazy about him. But he takes it to another level. But when you have a demented mind, a psychosis, if you will, yeah, whatever you're into, you're going to be really into it. And he's
What's
really into hating
the
me.
egg
When you're into hating
mascot?
something,
Is it a
well,
cow?
that no, that's the thing. They got a bunch of different ones. They got a Gomer pile and a dog and
Oh
a
shit!
thumb. They have three of them. There's a thumb. I'm not joking, folks. You think I'm joking? There's a thumb, and then there's a lassie dog, a collie, not a border collie, a collie, and then there's a big dumb drill sergeant looking guy, like a Gomer Pyle looking
What the
goofy.
hell?
Yeah, it's goofy, man. They're goofy people, dude. I'm telling you. The Aggies are really goofy, dude. And I mean, I have friends and family that are Aggie diehards, and bless their hearts, I tell them all the time, I said, that's a cult. Y'all are in a cult. But, you know, people like Larry are drawn to that kind of shit. He wanted PRT to be a cult, and he wanted us to talk about all kinds of weird shit and these ideas that he had. I'll give you one of them. One of the things that he had mentioned to me at my studio was that we should do a church thing, worship, whatever, and we should give honor and praise to Yahweh. Now, I told him, I said, not once in the Bible did Jesus ever say the words Yahweh. So I told him, I said, I'm not going to do that. He didn't say anything about Christ. And I said, well, we can talk about Christ and we can talk about the New Testament and all this other stuff. He kept wanting to go back to the old covenant and talk about vengeance and all these other things. And maybe that's just the way he is. That's the way that's what I thought at the time. But I thought that's weird that he's really obsessed with that, you know, that anger and that hatred and that vengeance part of it. He's really obsessed with that. And so as I got to know the guy, and he's into guns, like, I mean, he is obsessed with guns. That's why I think, you know, of all the people, he's one of the most dangerous because, in my opinion, that dude, he's a trigger happy guy. And if you spook him, mess with him, whatever, you're running a serious risk. So, folks, don't, please, nobody
Have you appeared at the restaurant, Brother Josh?
confront these people. Don't confront them. Don't mess with them. Don't go physically around them at all. Because if this guy suspects anything at all, I'm afraid that it could end in gunplay. That's my opinion. I think that he is a dangerous man. I think he's a very mentally ill and unstable man. And I would not want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anybody going after these people physically. Just stay away from them. Stay far away from them. He's the one that I think would actually try to do something. Like him and Clough probably would just, you know, Clough would be probably from a distance, you know. But I
He'll
think
come with a
Larry
bat.
just get angry. He liable to do anything. Who knows?
He tried to hit you with a bat. Cluffington.
Yeah, he kept wanting to hit me with a pipe.
A pipe. Was it a pipe?
Yeah. And now here, I got to say, I personally never heard him say those words. That's what I was told by the people around me, and I was told by multiple people. So that's why I believe that. So I personally did not hear him say that. So I'm not going to say I did. I wasn't there. But I do believe what they said. You know, nor was I there for the conversation that Madeline had with these men on the phone. But I believe it because look at the way they turned and acted. And they turned on her when she wouldn't go along with what they wanted her to do. And I think that it was planned out. In my opinion, I think that Clough planned it out. It was premeditated. Larry had already said something to Anthony the week before trying to agitate. It didn't work. So Clough went in on Maddie, and he used me to get her upset, and then got her to say all kinds of stuff to them. And which time they used it to, you know, and they tried to talk her into being the battering ram against PRT. They wanted to use her to take us down. And I know what it was. They were going to use her to take us down, and they were going to prop up Barton. That's what it was going to be. So it would be Barton and Ike, and they would be the masters of the paranormal cryptid, whatever. That's a stupid thing, right? But that's what they thought. Because Clough's words to Maddie were, "You're going to help us take down a giant," which I'm not a giant. That's really stupid. But that's what he thought. You know, he's small, time he's low rent, so he's thinking in small terms. I'm a small fry. He thinks that I'm some big time, I guess. But to them, I guess I am big time because they're nothing but piss ants in this community. So he was telling her, yeah, we're going to use you to take down a giant, you know. And when she didn't go along with it, and she had a change of heart and asked us for forgiveness for the things that she had said and typed, I don't care. I don't hold grudges, man. A person that holds grudges dies old, alone, and broke, or they don't even make it to be old. All that hatred eats them up. And so, you know, after everything they've done, if they would just walk away, quit saying our names, and quit spreading all of this lies and dissension about us, and trying to talk to every single person they can find to say negative things about us, then I would leave them the hell alone. But they say that I'm attacking them. I'm not attacking you. You keep it up. But we have to defend ourselves. Some of the things that Larry is saying is so vile. It could get me killed.
It's kind of like, you know, when I went to the conference, brother Josh, I made friends, and I took something out. I took a lot of little pendants like this, and I was giving them out to people that I talked to and stuff. And this is one of the persons I gave to, and I don't know about if she's still cool or not with you, but I think because what's her name? Let me send it to me so I can show you a picture. And you know, I thought, you know, I went there with good intentions, right? Compared to some other people that went there with bad intentions. So let me send it. And you know what is sad about this is I thought these people were pretty cool because I even ate with them, me and my wife, and then I hear their names pop up like they're affiliated with these other people, so it saddens me, you know. But here you go. I'll place it the picture. Miss Holly, was it Holly Vincent?
Yeah.
You know, I blessed her with a pendant that's around her neck, and she said, "I have gotten so many compliments on my crystal. This won the conference, you know." And then I said, "Looks amazing on your sister Holly," and that was the only conversation I ever had with her. But you know, I blessed her and many others with this selenite. No, I didn't have too much because, man, I did have minerals, but I wanted to bless people of the person I am. I blessed this other woman also, the one I prayed for her. Uh, you know, so for them to take sides after me blessing them with something, and it was out of the kindness of my heart, you know, and they're affiliated with these people that are trying to paint us to be bad guys. I guess they forget that I'm not the goodness that I've done for them. You know, I blessed her with a dependent for protection. There was another woman there that was with her husband, the truck driver that supposedly shot the dog man. She was going through a lot of things, and I prayed for her, and I blessed her with one of those pendants too. She said nothing but good compliments. You know, it's just it's sad that some of these people, you know, that they chose the lies over the truth. That's all I got to say. No, it saddens me, man.
Hey, Tex, welcome to the show. Tex from Texas Front Porch. Here's somebody that just showed up here, folks. Let me say something about him with you, Abe. You and Tex both were accused by the Roach Camp. Let's call it what it is. Mike from Abnormal Investigations. Both of you guys, they made up rumors that you guys had cheated on your wives. That's the kind of people that they are. They made up some kind of story about some blonde-haired woman that you were running around with, and then they did the same thing with Tex. And then recently they made some kind of Mike from AI made some kind of thing about Tex showing a video of him with his beard painted pink or whatever for breast cancer awareness or whatever it was. I remember that was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
They made a thing about saying we know who you are and what you did. They're trying to insinuate once again that they love to do that we have committed some kind of awful sins and that we should feel bad about, and that you know that there's some kind of Yeah, it's ridiculous. When Barton made that post about me, he says, "I can't believe that I'm sickened and disgusted that you would hurt a child." He's talking about me, and he made this post several months ago. Barton did to try to make it look like that I had hurt some child, that I was some kind of child predator or something, child abuser. And he reiterated that, and that's going to go into the slander and libel too, because he reiterated it not too long ago, like a few days ago. He called me a child and a woman abuser. Never have abused a woman or a child, but this man tried to insinuate that. And of course, Janice Blake, nasty Janice, the evil psychologist, Dr. Giggles, she was like, the boy was only 10 years old. They don't say what it is or what it was. They just alluded, like they did with Tex. They alluded that when they showed him with the pink beard, with which Mike loves to do, take things out of context, they alluded that Tex had done something bad, something awful, and that he was some sort of evil, sick pervert, which is what he is, which is what, in my opinion, that's what Mike McKee is a sick pervert. Because if you knew what he was accused of, oh boy.
He does it on his show. He be flirting with the women on the show, and Jessica be getting pissed off, like she jealous.
Mm-hmm. Well, because
I don't know
Kool-Aid
what she's
is
jealous of. Not a
she's a
very
big
good
old
guy.
girl who's not going to get nothing, Abe. So that's what she's got to do is go with this guy. Look, they allude, they create the image, the illusion, and they allude that you guys have done some great sin. They started a rumor about you that you were with some blonde haired woman. I can refute that straight up because I didn't see you with anybody but your wife the whole conference, right?
Yeah. I didn't even stay in the same place as y'all stayed. I stayed in
X was not
across the lake.
carousing with other women. He wasn't doing anything. Well, the thing is, when I did see you, Abe, and that's the thing. I saw you. You were, maybe you went back to the hotel to sleep or whatever. You were with your wife when you left. You didn't
Yeah.
stay late, whatever. You were with your wife the whole time. I didn't see Tex carousing or flirting or doing anything with any other women. They claimed that happened. That did not happen. Not that I saw. They make up stuff, and what they do is they allude that that they create these falsehoods, these narratives, and they try to make it look like. So Barton did that with me. He tried to make that post. We got it. I got the receipts to it. Him sitting there trying to say that I had hurt a child. And then he cussed out Krista when Krista tried to, Krista Tweedy from Blondes and Booze, she tried to talk sense to him. He cussed her out and threatened her and told her that she was going to
Oh,
prison and all this stuff. Oh, yeah, dude. He told her all kinds of crap and said that she was going down because of conspiracy. That's the Michael McKee thing. And of course, like he told you, he had never spoken to this man. Bullshit. Bullshit. I don't believe that for a second. Because even if he didn't speak to him directly, he was talking to him through Larry. Because remember, Mike McKee was going around with that little Bray account, that racist account that he created, Little Bray.
yeah. Little bit. I remember.
Yeah, and he was going around using it. Now, Lil Bray, if he tried to turn it around and say that we were Little Bray. If I was Lil Bray and I was having problems with Larry, why would I say Larry Fisher for president with that account? Why would I say the Mad Roofer, for president? Why would I be praising Larry? Right? Doesn't make any sense. Then these people were trying to do stuff to us going way back. Mike was at it for a long time. He's been going at it for a long time, and he loves to cause problems. He loves to cause chaos. Mike, I'm on to you, dude. That's why you want to get rid of me so bad, because I'm the only one, me and my camp, I can't take all the credit for it. We're the only ones that have put together every single piece of the shit with you. And I wish you would get froggy and sue the shit out of me. I wish you would try to take everything I got. I'd love to see you try, because it's all going to come out, boy. And you know it, little boy. You know it. That's why you don't do it. That's why you wouldn't dare try. Y'all could try and bribe this dude. Y'all could do anything you want to try to get this man to do. He will not do it because he's afraid. He is so scared that it's all going to come out. And these
Check it out,
idiots.
brother right here. There was a message that the Covington sent me when everything was going down, and he said, "If you want to have Josh back, it's fine. I'm not Josh, and I will not force you to unfriend him or anyone. Just thought I'd give you the heads up." And then I told him, this is what I responded to him: "I'm just gonna stay away from the drama, doing my own thing, Titan." Yeah, because I already knew what he was up to. I knew. Oh, shoot, you're not seeing it. Let me share the screen. It's from Dirty Ike. I mean, from Cuffington. If it shows, I'll pull it up here. I'm he's trying to convince me to take his side. Says, if you want to have Josh back, it's fine. I'm not Josh, and I will not force you to friend him or anyone. Just thought I'll give you the heads up. And then that's when I told him I'm just staying away from the drama, doing my own thing, Titan. Because I already knew that he was one of the persons that was trying to get us to fight. Yeah.
What they don't understand, and they will not get through their thick satanic heads, is that it doesn't matter what they say or what they do. PRT is going to have an audience, and I believe you will too, and I believe Tex will too, and I believe all of us will still have audiences. They're not going to take our audiences away from us. There are people who are dedicated to listening to all of us. There are people who are going to read our books. They're going to read Jerry and Ellie Williams' book. They're going to watch Hellbent Holler. They're going to watch PRT. They're going to watch Abe, Spiritual Krypton Encounters. They're going to watch Texas Front Porch. The other day, heck, Tex, I was just sitting there, and I was up early, and I had to interview a witness, and witnesses, they're all over the world. They got different schedules. And Tex has a day show. People don't know that. There was like in the morning, whatever, day show. And I was listening to it. And I was just checking it out. And I just like listening to Tex. I like listening to BMR. I like listening to all of you guys. I'll listen to Jason Bland sometimes at night, and then I'll switch over to Abe on Sunday. It's just part of my thing. And I'm always doing other things. I'm always working on other things. But in the background, I'm listening to one of you guys if I have the time. The other two shows I'll listen to sometimes is Mysterious Middle East sometimes if I have time, or if I'm doing research, or I'll listen to wartime stories. Other than that, I don't have a lot of time to listen to other channels. I try to listen to my friends' shows, and sometimes I'll pop in and say hi. Sometimes I don't have time, or I'll be driving. But I could not listen to Barton. I cannot. Mike, his channel is a dumpster fire, folks. It's all fake numbers. He has no real. It's all fake. Everything's fake. And then Barton is just the most boring, just coma-inducing pothead shit I've ever. It's just, yes, sister so and so. Yes, brother Mike. Yes, sister Dana. I can't. And it's this fake, and I say it, fake piety, a make-believe reality. There is no realness to it. It's just him pretending to be this super-duper Christian, which is why he didn't want people to know he smokes cigarettes and smokes pot and drinks Sailor Jerry. When we were at the conference in Jefferson, I bet he drank at least 2 bottles of Jerry Sailor Jerry, whatever. He drinks like a fish, and he smokes a lot of pot. But the thing is, I'm not judging you for it. I don't care. He doesn't want people to know that because he's putting on a front. He's making an image. He loves to try to make it out like I'm not the person I am on camera, that I'm some other person, make believe behind the scenes. Abe, you've hung out with me. Tex, you've hung out with me. Y'all know damn well I'm the same person, whether I'm, me and Tex have hung out. Last time we hung out was at the bowling alley back in the spring when we were at the Paracon. We've ate dinner together multiple times. Me and you too, Abe. I'm the same person. I don't pretend to be somebody else. I'm who I am. So are y'all.
You hear on in the show is the same person.
You too. Same with Abe. Same with Ted.
Cool as hell.
They love to try to project. Mike gets on there and he's like, yes, the abnormal family. Yeah. But I could tell you this. I had conversations with him when we were, having that truce, and it was about his sister Rhonda. He's a totally different person than he is on the camera. He is not the same human being. He's a fake, weird ass person. You don't know. And Barton, I couldn't believe how different he acted on camera than he was in person. In person, he swears and he just, acts crazy, and sometimes it's kind of fun. He was kind of fun to hang out with because he acted like a, kind of off, unhinged a little bit, a little unhinged, but he could be a decent person. He drank a lot, like he drank every day that he was here, and he smoked pot every day he was here. I don't smoke pot. I didn't smoke pot with him. They tried to get me to smoke pot. I don't smoke pot. I don't do that. And there were dozens and dozens of people that were around us that witnessed him doing this. So he can't deny it and say he didn't do it. And so he can't lie. But yeah, he just, and then he gets on camera and he acts like he's trying to be a preacher, like he's trying to have a church service. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Just be who you are.
There's one for you, brother Josh, right there.
I can't read it. It's too small.
It says, "There's abnormal investigations." You commented this on my YouTube. It says, I'm trained also, and if you believe it or not, I worked with the law enforcement and security all my life. I was heard in the performance. It was heard in the performance of my duties. I have many family members that are combat veterans from almost every branch. Thank you for your service, but you're wrong, Abe. I have not been the one trolling you. That is the truth. Do me a favor, sit back and think about it. Have a good day. Oh my God. Corn the cob, Stephen Michael McGee.
Yeah. Okay. Sit back and think about it. Yeah. When we have proof of his fake accounts, I mean, not all of them, but folks, mark my words. One day we're going to sit here and all of these fake accounts are going to be exposed. Everything that they've done and said is going to be exposed. It's not going to be hidden anymore. These people aren't going to rampage forever. Evil has its little season and then it ends. And it's going to come to an end. And all this ranting and raving and rioting and attacking people and just whatever is going to come to a bitter end for all of them. And Barton's going to be real sorry that he chose to attack us and be on that side. And they love to attack. And then if you say something back that they can misconstrue as even a minor threat that's even veiled, they run and they plaster it. And then they go and tell the police that you're threatening to kill them and you're coming for them and blah, blah, blah. And yet while they sit there and rampage and threaten you every day.
They hashtag me to Temple PD. Literally on Facebook. Hashtag Temple PD that I was making terroristic threats. Like, man, get out of here.
Oh yeah, Tex, you're right. That's what I heard too. He's talking about Ike, old dirty Ike. He said he had his ass whipped when he was working security. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I don't know. I mean, I can't say that I was there. I'm not going to say that I know, but what I heard and what I was told was that he got his ass whooped pretty bad. And that's why he talks the way he does. He probably mouthed off to the wrong guy, and I'm just assuming here, I don't know, and didn't have a gun because he loves his guns. Him and Larry with them guns, boy. That's how guys like that, that's how they stay.
He can't fight, because
none of them can whip anybody's ass. I can tell you that. Barton talking all that big shit, man. I really had been saying all this time that he had done my full lowest tier workout, which still is not, that's impressive. Not really. It's kind of the lowest tier, but it is a pretty hard workout if you've never done it before. But then Tony told me just a couple nights ago that he had not, and I read it on the comments. He said that he had only done one set on each thing. So that's 3 triceps, three back, 3 shoulders, 3 chest, and then 2 biceps. So with each exercise, 10 reps of 10. That's what Tony said. Tony said he did 1 set of 10 on each of those exercises. So that was it. That's all he did.
Texas port said he got jacked.
Yeah.
What was the other thing that he was saying? That he worked for a security company where they had gold or some kind of jewels that he had to go through some detectors or something like that.
So
He was
Tex
lying
just said
about
he
it.
got hit with a slapjack. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Abe. Yeah, he had that Blake guy on there. I forgot his name. Douche. Blake. His last name is Douche or Doucher or something like that. I don't even know where that kid came from. He came out of left field and was attacking us too. I don't know who he is,
It probably
but
was him.
no, he was a real guy. He was on his show, but he's some goober that started attacking me on his channel, the Ape Conservatory or Apes or well, I forgot what it was called. Something about apes or something like that. It was some kind of conservancy or not apes. I'm sorry. It was Bigfoot, the
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot Conservancy. Yeah, some weird name. He's got some. His channel has nothing to do with Bigfoot. All it is just him attacking people who believe in Bigfoot. Is all it is. Anyway, he's not important. He's just they just got him to fight us. But he was on that show, and McKee was on there talking about how he worked in some facility where 1 ounce of gold. He said that 1 ounce of gold was worth millions of dollars, and that they would pad you down. And when you walk, wasn't that what he said?
Say what?
What's his name? Mike. He was saying on that show with Dusher that he.
Yeah, that he uh where ounces of precious metals or something was worth millions of dollars.
Yeah.
How?
Millions of dollars an ounce. Gold
Wonder
is
what
not
he
worth
was
millions of
smoking.
dollars. This guy knows nothing about precious metals or anything at all whatsoever. I mean, he doesn't know about soap. He's obviously not going to know about precious metal.
You say he got no driver license either, do he?
No, he don't got a driver's license. No.
I heard a rumor for somebody, well, from inside person that lives in Oklahoma. A friend of mine that was in the military. Something dealing that the people that were there on the show that those people were. I showed him a screenshot of his show, and he looked at them and he said that those are the typical meth heads from that location. That's how they look, the meth heads.
Yeah, I've heard somebody tell me that too. Not that, I mean, there's another person that's
He works with this person is actually a police officer. That's all I'm saying. That and he lived in Oklahoma in that vicinity where they live, and he told me there's a typical methods that he deals with them all the time. People like that. He said other names. I think I got the. I think I got the screenshot of what he said. It was a. Like I said, I know people, man. My brother in arms are that serve with me in combat. They're everywhere. This one happens to be in Oklahoma. He told me
say that I did.
not to worry about people like that because trolls are going to be trolls. Just don't fit into the bullshit that they're trying to do. But eventually, when I showed him the pictures, like, oh man, those guys are the typical methods from this area. That's how they look. That's what he said.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me, a friend of mine told me that he didn't say anything about meth, but he said that he looks like a typical person from that area, like just trashy people, and shocked and surprised that somebody like that would even have a show, much less a following. Now, he doesn't believe in anything paranormal. I mean, his oldest son had told us that he doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in the paranormal. He thinks it's all bullshit. So it's all a grift to him. God and Christianity is a grift, and so is the paranormal. And I'm pretty sure that Janice lady, she ain't you can, I'm 100%, you can tell by her actions she don't believe in God. It was all just a grift to them. And for her, I think it was just fun because I think she liked Mike, because I remember when Mike made a post about the Joker, somebody had sent me a screenshot of it. The next day, it was Joker. He said something about he wanted a relationship like that, and it showed the Joker with Harley Quinn. her stupid ass went and we got the screenshot of it. She went and did her hair in pigtails and put makeup on like Harley Quinn. Like, that's how stupid she was. That's how infatuated she was with this guy. So he gets these really nasty old fat hags, excuse my French to talk like that, but that's what these women are. They're disgusting. You can be ugly as hell, but have a great personality, be a sweet person, and be a good person. But when you are ugly on the inside, it shows on the outside. These women are both. They're ugly inside and out. And and so what happens is he gets these lonely old fat hags to pay attention. He pays attention to them, and then he feeds them the corn. He gives them these hens. He makes alludes to this all the time. The hens, the chicken, the corn. He feeds the chickens the corn, which is his little bit of attention, and then he gets the hens to do what he wants. He tells on himself all the time because the evil they do that. They love to brag and they use symbolism. He uses symbolism all the time, and he shows everybody what he does. He's the chicken in the corn, like he feeds these chickens the corn, and he's the rooster. I mean,
check it out. I'm gonna put the comment that he said, man. And there, because I showed the picture, the picture. I shared a picture with him of how he looks, and let me see if I can find it. Here we go. This is what he said about him. Because I'd already showed him the picture of the people in his panel. This is what he said.
What did he say? I can't see it.
Okay, he says, "Oh shit, that guy looks like a method loser." Oh, you can see it?
I mean, I can see it, but it's too small. It's on my phone.
Okay, I'll make it bigger so you can see what he said. Because I sent him a picture. I told him you could do me a favor, and check into this guy, Well, let me make it bigger so you can see what he said. All right. Let me send it. I sent him the picture to tell me what he thought about this guy. I told him that he's been trolling and causing me problems. So this is what he said about him. That's what he said. That's the advice he gave me. That's my brother in arms that served with me. One of my brother in arms, he served with me in Operation Desert Storm. And he works, he's a cop. That's what he said about him. Oh shit, that guy looks like a meth head loser.
And your friend would be completely on point, but don't waste your time or whatever on this guy. But the thing that these people don't understand, what they don't get, is that this guy has a channel like you do, and he is a constant trolling problem, and he attacks you constantly, and he attacks me constantly, and he attacks everybody constantly. Mm-hmm. The guy is just a freaking walking nightmare, and that's the problem that people don't get. You've noticed every time Barton makes a post, his little fat butterball ass runs up there and says something right underneath it, because he's so far up Barton's ass trying to keep him under control, trying to get Barton to continue attacking us. And I'm sure that him and Larry are feeding Barton's ego daily to try to get him to keep on and keep on and keep on, because they want him to fight us. Larry, you notice he was heralding the fact that Barton was coming back because, Barton had bowed out for a while. And even though we weren't messing with Barton or saying anything about him, Barton came right back swinging. And why do you think that is? Probably because they were feeding him a bunch of shit. Probably told him lies, told him that we were talking about him or something. Because Mike and Larry, that's what they do. They will never stop. Larry's own daughter made a post about how he's a busybody and she's embarrassed of him. What does that tell you? I mean, this guy has no life.
Didn't even know he had a daughter.
Yeah, she made a post. She made some post. I saw a screenshot of it. It was ridiculous. You know, I mean, it's crazy that these people they don't care. Their own daughters and their sons, not Larry's sons. I don't know anything about Larry's sons, and I'm not going to speak on that because I don't know. But Mike's oldest son has talked about him, and Mike's daughter Kaylee has made posts multiple times exposing her dad
Oh, you
for
can
the
see
way
her
he is.
face, man.
Things.
When he made the video of the oink oink, you could see her face, her demeanor change, and everything, man. Like she's disgusted of him, man, or embarrassed. Should that's the proper word? You know, you can see when he starts talking about her demeanor changes on her face. Like we're like, oh shit. Like he's embarrassing her, or something like that.
Yeah,
Only
it
God.
seems like it. So, Tex, you got called an SS soldier too, huh? Well, welcome to the club. They're calling me Hitler all the time and calling us SS soldiers and all this other shit because they're commies. They're communists. So they left. They scream and yell about the Hitler all the time because Mike is a registered Democrat. And even Clev goes, he tries to say you're a Democrat. Dude, I'm not trying to say shit. I'm trying to say what's on a public record. What is on public record is that Mike is a registered Democrat, and you would be one if you needed your benefits. So why wouldn't he be? Folks, what you got to remember is these people, they don't work. So they got to get handouts. So while they're getting free money, they're attacking us and going crazy on everybody. Just remember, they don't work. They're doing this on our dime. Yeah.
Yeah, this it's like when Brother George invited me to the conference, you know, after everything that had went down, that it had nothing to do with me. It's just I had COVID, or you know, I was sick with it seemed like I had the symptoms of COVID, and the one that was doing the inside job that was affiliated with him was there for Texas, and he was telling me things right when I was sick. Oh, that Brother Josh, he was saying Josh Starnes talking bad about you, and I don't know who was telling you things, but then it's like I responded to what he was telling me, you know, but I was sick, you know, and it's like all this happened, but I felt that they were all in cahoots and they did that on purpose. But you know where he went to, right? He's not here. C'est la vie, RIP. But yeah, it's some dirty. I didn't know that. You know, I'm just trying to do my show, but I didn't know that people are that freaking cutthroat in here when you're doing a podcast. Just like you were talking about those people that have the we hate the Cowboys and all that kind of stuff, and that's all they do. You know, make fun of the Cowboys.
Yeah, well, they don't have their own team. They just have hatred for a team.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a very weird thing. I mean, when you look at how these people obsess over stuff, it's just bizarre. When you, like I said, when you enter into hate, regardless of what the hate is about, remember, you're bonded to those people around you by hate. And anytime that happens, it's not a good thing. Nothing good is going to come of that. It's going to lead to destruction, mentally, physically, and spiritually.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and believe that. I'm sure there's Sister Madeline sent this about me. Guess they were making fun of me or something. Yeah, go ahead and believe that, Skinny Barton. Come and see how fat I am. I do work out, man. Go ahead and let the picture deceive you. I think he was making fun of me or something like that. What? Maybe I can find the picture.
Well, one of the pictures he took shortly before he had to go to the hospital in his Coke coma, his Coca-Cola coma, He had a big old pot belly and little skinny arms and legs, and I can attest that Barton is a scrawny, little shriveled up crypt keeper. He couldn't whip his way out of a wet paper bag. I say that right now, Barton. You would never come to Texas, and don't worry, boy, I would never go all the way up to Kentucky, Indiana, or wherever the fuck you're from with your Yankee ass. He's talking about those Southern boys, how they roll down there. Yeah, because you're not a Southern boy. I thought your buddy Ben, who you're going to go cry about now because he died, I thought your buddy Ben was a son of the South. That fucker was from Illinois. He's a Yankee like you. You're a freaking Yankee, and that's why you talk all this crazy shit. You live up there in northern Kentucky, up there by the Indiana border, talking all this shit and talking about your address that I gave to people. Son of a bitch, I never gave your address to anybody because I don't remember the motherfucker, and I wouldn't give it to anyway because you're not important enough. Just don't go dying and getting into another Coca-Cola coma, boy. You're a skinny little boy. You're an ancient person in a skinny little boy's body. Your mind is like from the Jim Crow era. You're a racist little son of a bitch. Yes, you are. You're very racist, and you project it on other people. You're a very racist guy.
Yeah, I've dealt with people like him when I was in the military, and it didn't fare well for them because they were being racist towards me every day. And I would tell them, "Hey, please don't say nothing. Leave me alone." They kept on. They kept on. They kept on. They started disrespecting my mother, my grandmother. Well, then you have to take care of those people accordingly to their actions, right? So all I know is I heard that he got beat up by like 20 people, man. That's all I heard. And they had him. He was in crushes, and when I was in Germany, the person was being racist. He was in crutches with a broken leg, broken arm, broken nose, raccoon eyes, freaking scars all over his face, on his skull. And I don't know.
Don't say all that because now they're going to clip that.
No.
And say that
I don't know who did that. All I know
they're
is
going to clip it and say that you were talking about Barton. Like that's what they're going to say.
All I'm saying is that this person was real racist to a lot of people. Sometimes when you do something, well, there's an action, there's always a reaction. And this guy was racist to a lot of people. All I remember being in formation, and the first sergeant was pissed off, and he called this guy out to come to the front of the formation, and he was in crutches with a broken leg, broken arm, broken nose, raccoon eyes. He had scars everywhere, man. And he said the guy said that he could jump at 20 people. That's what he said. 20 people jumped him, and the first sergeant said, from now on, you can't go out to the economy because I was in Germany alone. You have to go in groups of 4. So that's the only way we could go out in groups of 4 or more. We couldn't go out there by ourselves. But he was real mean, real racist to all minorities. Didn't matter if you were Hispanic, black, but somebody got a hold of him. He said that 20 people jumped him. That's all I'm saying. He was in a very, but after that, I gotta admit, the people that worked with him, he changed after, I guess, by getting jumped by 20 people. He changed his personality. He started treating people with respect, and the people like, man, whoever did this to him, it changed him completely as an individual.
Tex said something here. He said, I don't see them. Having a hard time reading, man. I need my glasses here. He says, I don't see them having people wanting to do stuff like, I don't know, conferences and ask to be on documentaries and speak across the country. I wonder why. Well, Mike goes and tells everybody that I begged him to be at my conference. Tex, you and Abe were at my conference. You saw how many people were there. A lot of famous people. Why in the hell would we want the Roach King at that conference? Why would I beg this guy? And then he made up a weird ass story. Dude, listen, he made up a weird ass story. Abe, I think I told you. He said that I invited him to sleep on my couch. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Why would you come and sleep on my couch? I live 3 hours south of where the conference was. He lives like 6 hours north or 5 hours north or something like that. Why would you sleep on my couch and then drive all the way back up What a lying sack of crap, dude. Like, first of all, I wouldn't want you anywhere near my house because you look like the dude from Star Wars and I don't like you. My friend doesn't like you either. Like, dude, I would not want you in my house, dude. And I was being nice by saying, hey, you could come to the conference. Never once did I tell him he could come and speak at the conference.
Who
Okay?
was that?
Never did I.
It was Dirty Ike. You saying the
Yeah.
roast boy? He probably like when you
Fantasies, dude.
on the meat. Sick man.
I mean, it's a fantasy, But Tex, he's saying that they never got invited to speak conferences, documentaries. Tex, no, you're wrong. Barton is the star of many podcasts and YouTube channels. He got it on his profile. He is the star. Remember that, folks. Barton is the star of many podcasts and YouTube channels. Huh?
Yeah, he is actually pretty famous, man. He's well known. I think I have a video of he's actually made some movies too. You didn't know that?
And then Tex says here, hold on. Tex says you had people begging you to be at your conference, not the other way around. That's right. That's exactly right. I had way too many speakers, and I had a few people that backed out, and I was like, thank God they did. And at the after party, we were talking about how we were glad that D.A. Roberts didn't show up, and I'm not going to mention the other lady's name that Mike had got me to fight with or whatever, or got her to fight. She's the one that was posting stuff. Well, then again, we don't know if that was really her that was posting stuff in our group. It might have been him pretending to be her, but she's never been lady enough to get on the phone and talk to me about it and work it out because she stayed in her feelings. She got played like I did, but she's one of those people that would not come to the table and talk to me. Mike played us. She would never come to the table and say it.
He was going to be coming into the conference like Willard with all the rats, but he's going to bring all the roaches into the conference. like the movie Willard about the rats.
He didn't go to the conference. He sent Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, he sent big old girl Kool-Aid there with her Harry Potter story to try to lie to me, to try to get a fake story, to get me to post a fake story, and to take pictures and to try to report back. And she did. When he sees that there's 600 and something people at the conference, of course he can't say nothing. He can't refute it. He can't say nothing. So they started all this shit because it happened right after the conference. He started all this shit. Like he'd already been starting it. He'd been doing it. Don't get me wrong, but he got caught because he was ramping it up. The conference really pissed him off, big time. That's what really did it.
Instead of having the movie, he's gonna make a movie instead of call it the Human Centipede. He's gonna call it the Human Roach, or like the Fly. Help me. Cucaracho.
Another funny thing, too, I got to tell you, folks, Barton claimed after he was caught being racist and he got cornered on it, he told somebody who was a journalist, I believe, that he had a black son that he had raised. And I'm going like, where is this black son? Where? So, I mean, my black son, won't you come and wash my sins away? My black son, won't you come? My black son, my black son. Yeah, Barton, that's my song for you. Where is your black son, you lying racist ass dude? Who you were asked by my wife when we were sitting there at a bar in downtown Austin. You were asked to quit saying the N-word because you were blurting it out. That was the last night we hung out with you. After that, didn't talk to you too much.
I know he's famous, man. He said he's what he said he's in 3 platforms, but you didn't know that he made movies, right?
Yeah, the Crypt Keeper.
Let me show you. Let me share it real quick.
Yeah.
He said he's a story keeper. He's trying. Oh, there you go.
Don't make me get my sword, kiddies. I might bleed my own arms off.
I had to do the Crypt Keeper. Sorry about that.
Oh man.
Tonight's story is about a man from Oklahoma who spun too many lies and got caught up in his own web. I call it
Man.
the Roach King.
Dang. He's like that ape science.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I told you, Barton, to keep my name out of your mouth. Every time you put my name out there, I'm gonna continue to do something on you, man.
All of
Don't
these
hit,
curses and
don't hit your old
spells.
lady now. You're mad with me.
You're
The
putting all
focus
them
is on
curses
me.
and spells on him there.
Focus is
Abe.
on me, not in your old lady. Focus is on me.
You Bragito, you're a Bragito.
Tony Tales from the Trailer Park featuring Barty's black son. Oh man.
Yeah, Beetlejuice better watch out. You got a new there's a new varmint in town.
Man,
Now
I needed a shot that day, man. My leg was hurting real bad. I I had injured my leg, so I was there with an injured leg at the conference. Nobody knew about that. I kept it to myself. My leg was hurting bad, you know. But I still went, and by the time I got home, it was swollen. But yeah, I had slipped and trying to mess with the trash can. Something happened, and I fell. And man, my leg got it swollen, but I still went to the conference.
well, that's what he was referring to when we talked about that later on one of your shows. He said, "Bring your leg or something up here with your blood pressure and all this other stuff." Yeah, okay, Crypt Keeper with your diabetes, who's always talking about law enforcement all the time, obsessively with Larry. They sit there and they say the most horrific things about you and me and everybody else, and then they run and they talk about law enforcement, FBI, attention, FBI, like every chance he gets. He says that he's always talking shit. So yeah, whatever, dude. That's their whole shtick, is to try and get us to say something that they can run and tell the police,
Uh,
threaten them. They don't want to fight. They're trying to get you to say something about them so that they can run and tell the police, because they believe that the police are going to come and automatically arrest you because they finally antagonized you enough to say something threatening. That's all this is. That's all it is. A big game. Barton, you're a weak little bitch, in my opinion. You're a little bitch. You will always be a
yeah,
little bitch. You will always be a bitch.
you was already
You
already
know,
plotting against us. I was right there beside you. You could have said something to me like call me wetback or something, or let me know that you hate me. We would have handled business. We could have gone right there, but across the little bridge and handle business in the parking lot at the conference. How come we didn't say nothing then? But then you got all brave when you went back home, right?
Well, he's the one that had the problem, and he keeps saying that we didn't say anything to him at the conference. I didn't know that he was my enemy at the conference, or
That's
I
why I
would have
showed the
said something to
picture.
his little skinny ass. You know that
You
that
know the
that guy, that woman. I forgot her name. The one that started a bunch of shit, Jenny Brown. That
Yeah.
that girl right there, boy, she was just drunk, drugs, unhinged. Her husband, like he was weird. They kept trying to hit on all the people there, and I said something to him, and they went and said that I tried to threaten him and bully him. I told him and his weird ass wife to stop hitting on everybody. And Barton was one of the people that said something about it. Oh yeah, you got to. Well, then, if you're so big and bad and brave, Barton, why didn't you say something? You skinny little chicken shit. You didn't say anything. You stayed outside while I went inside and confronted the guy. When you were the one that was like, somebody's got to say something. Yeah, well, of course it's going to be me because you're too much of a chicken shit little coward. And when we were at our job site and those guys were stealing, I had to physically stop them from stealing. Barton didn't do anything. He didn't do shit. He stood there, and him and his wife had a panic attack. He's a cat, dude. He's weak. He's a coward. Even why this guy talks? Because if you did anything to him, or if you said anything to him, all he's going to do is call the police. Because that's all he can do. Nobody's scared of you, Barton. Nobody's worried about you. Your buddy Larry. Now that's another issue. Larry's not going to fight. Larry's itching to shoot somebody. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And you, Barton, you called my wife and you called Krista a bitch. Barton, you're the bitch. You are a literal female dog. You are a weak ass, just feminine person who couldn't even do. You lied to me. You said you did my workout. I thought all this time you'd actually done it. You did one set. You're a weak fraud in every sense of the word. I have less respect for you today than I had yesterday, and every day it gets lower. My opinion of you now, it couldn't get any lower. You're an earthworm to me. That's what you are. Stop. A maggot. Stop spewing the lies from this roach king that's shitting all over you. He's your boss. Stop saying that he's not your boss. That is Boss Hog. You are all being shitted on by Boss Hog. The Roach King is having a field day with your souls. Every one of you. You're all his puppets. You're his soldiers. Quit saying you're not, because you are. You are his. The hierarchy is him, then Larry, then Barton, then Clough. Clough is at the bottom. Clough is their absolute bitch boy. He is the absolute bottom. But Mike is at the top. He's their boss. He has gotten Larry, his high priest, and Dana and Jessica. They're all his priestesses of his little cult there.
Do you think that the common denominator is drugs?
I'm not gonna say that because I don't know. I don't know. I know what I know, but I don't know that. I do believe that they are involved in witchcraft. That is my opinion. Now, I can't prove that. But Larry coming up with that Leviathan thing, yeah, he has some kind of something because he was telling me before that he was subscribed to all these weird like channels because he was interested in it or whatever. One of them was a tarot card reading thing. He was all into that. So he can't lie to me. He's a weirdo, dude. So there's no telling what he was really into or what him and his wife are into. She has, public record. I'm not going to get into it, dude. Y'all can go look it up. Somebody sent it to me.
His wife wouldn't speak.
Yeah, his wife wouldn't talk. He wouldn't. He controls her. Like he's very controlling. At least from what I saw. Like I never witnessed him being abusive to her, and I'm not going to say I did. I'm only going to tell the truth, what I saw. And if it didn't happen, I'm not going to say it. But I did see, like I said before, Barton raised his hand to his wife. And it happened at the jalapeno tree right there in Jefferson. And my wife was right there with me, and so was Tony. We were all there at the table, and so was my other godson, Alec. We were all there, and we were shocked at what we saw.
Did it go like that? Like he wanted her to put some underarm deodorant underneath his armpit?
He's got...
Hit me with a speed stick.
That dude's got BO bad, dude. Like, good grief, dude. And Larry smells like rotten cheese and feet. I don't know what his deal is, dude. He always took his boots off at work, and you walk up to his truck and it smells like feet, dude. And it's because he didn't have his boots on.
Feet and culo. Well, deal, like you said.
Yeah. What's his name? Clough. Clough is just all kinds of nasty, dude. Just smells so bad. They are all very unhygienic. folks, and this is not me running them down to try to say anything bad about them. I think it's tied to mental illness, and I think that that's tied to demonic oppression.
Uncleanness is a spiritual opening. Uh,
Oh yeah,
Casa limpia, cosa buena. Casa grosa, cosa mala. Good, a clean house, good things. Unclean house, bad things. That's what it attracts. And we know the Roach Boy house was unclean with roaches and all kinds of trash. That's why everything happened the way it happened. But he wouldn't blame everybody else except themselves. Only God knows what kind of living condition is. I know his the vehicle that he drives has roaches in it. I debunked the video. They said that they seen a booger climbing the tree, but it wasn't climbing the tree. It was a roach running running by the windshield. It climbed up the windshield, and the sister was recording from inside. I see it. I see the booger. I see the booger. No, it was a roach. I took a screenshot of it. You can see the little legs and everything. I said, man, that I don't see the tree moving like it's climbing. I said, let me take a close look. I looked because I downloaded the video and I was looking. You can see the roach, the legs and everything.
I'll be right back.
Thank you for checking us out here, brother Texas Front Porch. Yeah, man. When I first seen their episodes of the shows, it looked like a comedy skit. And it's like, you reminded me of Hee Haw, or I'm not going to say the Benny Hill show. It just reminded me like of comedy skit. That's what I thought they were about. That there wasn't really into looking for Bigfoots or paranormal or anything like that. But what threw me off is they showed a little bit of the video. Next thing you know, they're asking for donation. They're asking for people to send them money, to sharing the links and all this stuff. And I guess they started mimicking what Brother Joshua Turner was doing because they want to get money from people, but there wasn't sharing no content or nothing. Uh, and everything that they do is it's a failure. They targeted Brother Josh Turner. Numerous people have targeted Brother Josh Turner, and I just told them, "Hey, man, don't stop what you're doing. You know, a lot of people like what you do, and we're not gonna quit or give up. And I'm not apologizing to y'all in any kind of way, shape, or form. Not unless you leave us alone, leave all these people alone, and they say, okay, we're not going to do this, but you know we've been through this before, this peace treaty stuff, and you're going to continue to do what you do. You're not going to stop me from doing these lives, and I appreciate the paratroopers because it's got to be the paratroopers that are here. 139 people. I don't think I've ever had this high numbers like this before. It has to do with Paranormal Roundtable. And if there is anybody else listening that is, because they're saying that we're doing threats and all that, that's all BS. We just look at the video, what we're talking about, all the evidence that we're putting out there that we're being targeted. We just want to be left alone. That's all we want. I've been wanting to be left alone for about with Dirty Ike. He's been trolling me for about 5 years. I don't know, 3-5 years, somewhere there, 3 or 4 years.
And that ain't no exaggeration, man. Because the first one of his troll accounts we found was from 2021 when my mom died. I think he's the one that went to Vic and told him that I said on my show that I didn't like him. Him and Larry do the same thing. They always say that I said this or said that, and they have no proof of it. but they're always saying that I said this or said that on my show, and it's all bullshit. It's all just them because they depend on because I have 1,000 videos on there, and when you got 1,000 videos and some of them are 3, 4, or even 5 hours long, I mean, who the hell is going to be able to find out and verify if what they're saying is true? And then Larry goes, "Oh, did he delete that video?" Excuse me. So yeah, they depend on people not being able to verify their claims. So that's what they do. Ike and Larry, they love to lie. And Larry, dude, because he just recently said that I said I was the killer. When the hell did I say I was the Lady Bird Lake killer? You crazy, stupid ass old man. Crazy old son of a bitch.
Maybe he's confessing to something.
That's what I'm wondering. Because he told me, well, he didn't just tell me, he told all of us that he likes to hang around in Southeast Texas. Well, Southeast Texas, that's the killing fields. That's where these women all died. And he's always, every time I ever called that guy, Abe, he was working out in East Texas on a roof. I don't believe it for a second because he was always broke and claiming that he didn't have any money. So if you're working and making all these roofs and doing all this roofing out in East Texas, what are you doing out in East Texas? Every time you got a job, it just so happened that you were out in East Texas. And the area that he was talking about where he hung out at, that's an area known as the killing fields. Go look it up. I'm telling you.
The episode of that, the killing fields.
Yeah. So just a weird thing, all these people and the things that they do and say. Now, remember, they're always trying to tell us law enforcement is watching. Well, hopefully they are, and hopefully they're watching them and paying attention to the evil, sick, twisted things that they say. Because when they come to me, I'm going to give them the receipts to everything that they've said and done. Everything, all of it. Here you go. Take a look at this. And my lawyer will do the same. Who hopefully people in this audience, I'm a sinner, I'm not perfect, but I'm not like these people. I can tell you that right now. I am not like these people. And I hope and pray, and I hope you all hope and pray with me that I get a good lawyer that'll work with me to try to deal with this. Defamation is a very hard thing to prove. It's a very hard thing to prosecute, but I hope and pray that we can get this done. The first step will be to resend cease and desist. Now, I think that the ones that already got them, those are already done. But for these other people, I'll have to get the cease and desist. And I'm just telling you brutally honestly what's going to happen. We're going to have a fight ahead of us, but I hope it all comes out and it comes out for Ike. I'm coming for Ike's bullshit here because I'm sick and tired of it, dude. And all of the fake accounts, it's all going to be exposed. And I'm hoping and praying, no guarantees anything at all, but I hope that this lawyer will take the case and take a look at it and do what needs to be done. And we can get the ball rolling on suing these people. And it's probably going to take a lot of money. It's probably going to take as much money. If I have to borrow it, I will. They're always talking shit saying I don't have the money to do it. Well, you give somebody enough time, like me, you'll get the money. Don't worry. And if I have to use every bit of my extra resources to do it, it's a shame because I had plans. I wanted to do things with my ranch. I wanted to do things with my house. But instead, we're going to have to redirect all these funds to fighting with these people. And I won't be able to donate money or do anything like I normally do this coming month. But God understands that I have to do what a man has to do to defend himself, his family, and his people. And I have to be safe from these people. And no more of the slander and lies. Eventually, it'll come to an end. It has to come to an end. And everything that they've done and said over this last month, which has just been horrible and barbaric, it's all going to be laid out there. And I hope this lawyer will.
They're really been told who the true nature is. Sick and disgusting individuals. Wow, we've been on for 4 hours and 28 minutes. started at 10, and no, I just had to talk about this, man, because uh, I'm a combat veteran, disabled combat veteran, and they keep on disrespecting me of who I am and all this stuff. It's like, man, the only thing is they don't say it to my face.
Well, and they never will. But like I said, Abe, I'm hoping and praying that we can all get together. I'm going to be reaching out to multiple people over the coming weeks and trying to get everything together that I can and turning it in so that we can go after these people legally. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. I mean, all you can do is try. And
And I
it'll
want to say, Martin, not only something that he talked about my leg. My leg has been like this even when I was in combat. I've been having the problem with my leg since I was 19. So I still was able to manage to overcome the enemy in a combat environment. So you can make fun of my leg all you want to, but I'm a well experienced person to be able to handle any situation. I'll leave it at that. So,
Yeah, Bigfoot Predators of Spirit. That's Jerry Nella Williams says the accusing you of being a specific serial killer is insidious and particularly bad because it will distract from the real murderers. Yeah, and that's the thing. All of this crap that they're doing and saying, talking about how the police need to grab me before Halloween because I'm going to murder a child. Larry, I can't believe the things that come out of your disgusting old head. You got to think about it too. I mean, this guy's pushing 70 or whatever. How many more days do you have left on the shelf? I mean, to be saying these demented things, aren't you worried about your soul? And the answer is no, he's not. He's so sick and so twisted, in my opinion. He's a sick, twisted individual that doesn't think about that. He doesn't care. He honestly believes that, nothing's ever going to happen to him. And I don't think he believes in God the way we do. So you can't understand the mind of a sociopath. And this is a group of them. And they are linked together in their seething hatred. And one thing that they really hate is the truth. And I'm not even joking. When you speak the truth, these people act like you're pouring boiling hot acid on them or something. And they get really agitated and angry, and they start flipping out and spinning and acting a fool. Because, yeah.
Yeah. What we got here? Okay, here we go. Let me share this.
Juan Avila says no one likes the truth. Well, yeah, some people don't care and some people do. They care a lot more than others. And I want to say one last thing to Barton. Besides the constant lying about how y'all helped me fight all these people, Larry did nothing at all ever for anybody. When you got attacked in that group that you were in that was run by Mike and Jessica, they are John Smith, okay? I think it was Mike and Jessica and maybe one other person. I'm going to say this. They attacked you, Barton, and they called you Baphomet. They said that you worship Baphomet. What happened to that? Do you not care that they did that? That you were in that John Smith group with Mike and you got attacked? And Larry comes on there and says, Barton left, he got attacked. And then all he did was talk about me. He didn't say anything in your defense. Not once did Brother Larry, all 6'10" of his big goofy ass, Not once did he stand up for you. Not once did Brother Larry ever stand up for you at all, ever. When did he tell these people, hey, knock it off, leave Barton alone? He didn't, did he? Do you remember him saying anything?
Huh?
Do you remember Larry ever defending Barton in that group, ever?
No, he didn't. And whenever they kicked him out, he still stayed quiet.
He stayed quiet. No, he didn't get kicked out. Barton left.
Yeah, Barton left. I'm saying Larry didn't stand up for him in there at all.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed quiet. He stayed in that group. When Barton left that group, Larry stayed in there. And he didn't say a word. He did not defend him at all, Abe. He sat there and watched them tear Barton up. And even after Barton had left, they said a bunch of shit. And Larry, you never said a word in defense of your friend. Nor did your fat buddy Clough ever defend you or say a word in your defense. And in fact, Clough went in on you hard. In fact, I wouldn't even have been as ready for your attacks if it wasn't for Clough. Clough was the one that was giving it all away that you were going to do what you did. But that's just like these people. Evil has no loyalty, Abe. Evil does not, they're not loyal. All they do is hurt each other and attack each other and backbite each other. And if they weren't busy attacking all of us, they would be busy fighting each other. Because if they were to be successful and run us all off, which they're not, they would eventually attack each other. There's a lot of reasons why I would walk away from this community. And what I'm going to say, and I'm going to bounce, there's a lot of reasons why I would just like to walk away. But I'm going to stay in here as long as they're here. That's it for me.
Thank you, Brother Josh, for jumping on and bringing the paratroopers to listen. I just got one question about the comment of them going underneath my bed. How the hell is a hippo going to fit underneath there, or Big Billy on the boots on the ground? There's no way you're going to fit underneath my bed. I'm just leaving it there. They're huge.
Yeah, and Jessica is the one I think that was controlling that John Smith account. I think she was the main one. I think that's why Mike kept saying he was innocent. But I think his part of it was him, that he was giving her the information, say this, say that. And I think Jessipotamus was the one that was saying all of the stuff. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I hope one day it comes out, that it all comes out. What they've done to themselves, though, with these videos that they made, that's hours and hours and hours of, stuff that the lawyer can use to depose. They're going to be on the defensive now because, like I said, it may not work. It may not happen. But God willing, we talk to a good lawyer that can get this done, because that's what's going to have to happen now. It's going to have to happen because they're never going to stop. But if we can get this done and get these people prosecuted for what they've done and what they're doing, then God willing, if that happens, maybe we can have peace in this community and people will take it seriously, that you cannot sit there and attack people and slander people and make threats and do all the other garbage that these people do, and then sit back and think that there's not going to be any consequences, there's no repercussions. Yeah, I get it that none of them have a pot to piss in because they don't work. That's because of their own laziness. And they're all obese too, and probably got tons of health problems. Yeah, exactly. Put the tomahawk down to feed your laziness. But the thing is, that's what they are about. And now we're going to see, because they think that they got all this, whatever. Well, look at all the shenanigans y'all pulled just in this last week. Look at all the crazy videos. And Ike, you think that because you ran around doing it in fake accounts that you're excluded from it. It came out in court that you were Chicken's Cleghorn. Watch what happens when we go to court this time. You think that you're protected because you're up there in Oklahoma. But let me tell you something. If a person's willing to spend the money, they can sue the shit out of you regardless. And I'm about ready to spend the money because I've been saving up all this time. All this time you've been running around, running your yappers and everything else. I've been putting my money away. And hopefully I have enough now to do what I got to do. We're not coming after you to fight you. We're not going to fist fight with you. I'm not going to hurt you or do anything physically to you. I'm taking this to the courts. And like I said, folks, I'm not promising a victory. I'm not promising that it's going to work, but at least you'll know that people aren't going to take your shit. So hope and pray, please, people, hope and pray that these lawyers will listen to our plea and take the case and do what they got to do. All right, because getting people to go after people for defamation it's hard. It's a tricky thing, but these people have just done so much that any lawyer worth his salt's going to look at that and go, yeah, oh man, So hopefully they'll take it. And I need a few more people to throw in with us that can help us so we can all do it as a group and go after these people, because that's what needs to happen. There needs to be legal ramifications to this. That's what I believe. I've told the truth. I told the absolute truth about what these people are, and the rest is my opinions, and I've said that they're my opinions. If it's not something that can be proven, then so be it. But they're vile, nasty people, in my opinion.
That, that this is a day when I lost my mother back in 1985, and I'm here, instead of honoring my mother, I'm here talking about these fools that keep on targeting me or disrespecting me, instead of having the time to, I already placed a picture of her on my Facebook to honor her, but I'm here addressing these people, and they're doing this on the time frame of when I honor my mother, which I could be doing that, in which anybody who's lost a loved one, how you feel, that feeling, right? When
something you're going through.
So the day that you lost your loved one, that you feel a certain way. It could be the whole month that you can feel affected, because you start remembering what you went through, how you lost them, that you miss them, that you love them. But I'm here addressing these people when I could be just relaxing, and just connecting spiritually, because we're connecting spiritually through a love foundation. Yeah, but I'm not worried about the all the things they do. Eventually is going to come back around to them. I'm just going to leave it up to the Heavenly Father, and whatever happens, happens. And eventually, things will happen. But I'm going to leave it up to the Heavenly Father. I have no reason to go anywhere. I'm here in Temple doing my show, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And I just do that, I do that just to try to tell people about a love foundation and stuff like that. And sharing the stuff that I share, wisdom and knowledge that I've gained over the years, the spiritual stuff, but yeah, it's crazy, that, but this is not the first time that I get targeted. Every year I get targeted around this time frame of the month that I honor my mother. It always happens. It happened in October, right? I had my
your mom. Talk about my mom. They talk about my dog. Barton made a video saying that, mocking it again yesterday, making a video, or today, mocking my dog. I mean, they don't care. Whatever you hold dear, that you hold precious to you, they go for that, because these are evil people. They're evil, evil people. And, like I said, Abe, we may not be able to prosecute them, but maybe not now. But if they keep it up and they keep throwing the mountains of evidence and keep putting the lighter fluid on the gas, the gas on the fire, eventually there'll be enough to prosecute these people. If it's not already, there should be plenty by now. But, and I hope that it happens. I'm sorry about your mom. I'm sorry that you're going through this.
There's when I lost my mother, the 21st. So since 1985 till this year, was it 2025? How many years is that? That's a lot of years. I was 15 years old when I lost my mom.
All right. It's 30 years.
But I honor her every year. And I know her spirit, how she raised me, is not take crap for nobody. Don't let people step on you. She expects me to fight. So that's why I'm, in her honor, I'm talking about this because I have to. That's what she would expect me to do, is to let them know what's up, and that's what I did here today on the day of her anniversary. My grandmother, I lost her on the 31st. I don't know. So yeah, it's like, but I lost my grandmother in 1980 on the 31st of October. It's crazy because the 31st of October was her birthday also. So there's a lot of things there, but I know I'm not sad. Uh, I'm happy with my life, but I always honor those before me. And normally when the day comes of like today, I was share something, but I don't know if I'm going to share something about what happened today or nothing like that because how these people are targeting, right? So I'm just gonna just honor in secrecy and just between me and her and leave it at that. I'm not even gonna place. I placed her picture, and that's all I'm gonna place. I might place something, but yeah, we're supposed to honor our loved ones, and we're not supposed to rejoice over the deceased, right? So I'm just, that's what I do. But I just want to say, brother, thank you to brother Josh Turner, Paranormal Table, and to all the viewers. You just I had to address the issue, man. There's just people that understand, you know, enough is enough with to stop. But God doesn't like dirty, and eventually what goes around comes around. But it's not up to me. It's up to the Heavenly Father. He's our protector and our avenger.
Yeah, funny. Barton had said something about God will have his revenge, but first he was going to have his say. Now we got that him saying that in PRT News. All of the things he's done and said, they're all in PRT News. All of it. We got the receipts. He talks about receipts. I got receipts, Crypt Keeper. Believe me, I got them. And they're all going to the lawyers tomorrow, and they're going to take a look and see what they can do. And I hope and pray, like I said, that this comes to a head. I want to be in court with these people. I don't want to be in court with these people, but at this point, yeah, I do. I want to see, and I hope that it comes out. And how stupid they're all going to look when it all comes out. All these fake accounts that we have tracked, that they all belong to Mike and or Jessica. And then let's see how it comes out. Let's see how it plays out when they're shown the truth and the masks come off. You can talk big and tough, Mike. You can talk big and tough, Larry, Barton, and especially Clove. You're the weakest one of all. Why are you talking? Don't even be talking, boy. Go clean the sweat out from underneath your boobs. I'm going to say this. I will see you guys in a court of law, God willing.
Amen.
I hope that happens. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to run. Y'all beware of these people. Don't mess with them. You can say what you want, it's a free country, but don't threaten them because every and anything that they can find, any little scrap, they're trying to make it out like people are threatening them and they're scared. If they're scared, they'd shut the freaking hell up, but they won't do it.
I think they're desperate for views, so they're causing this on purpose. I would suggest don't go over there, check out their channel or nothing because that's what they want. They're desperate for views, so that's what I would suggest. But that's upon y'all's individuals. But I think that's what they do what they do because they don't have the what should I say? They have nothing to give to offer. So the only thing they want is to cause division. Hey, let me go see what they're saying over there, and just going back and forth, and they're getting views that way. And of course, we know that at the beginning of the month he buys views because we've seen it happen. Yeah.
And I think to this point, he's gotten away with all of his crap. He's never really been held accountable, and he's not used to losing because he's a bully, and he's always bullied everybody and done, horrendous things to his ex-wives. He's done horrendous things to his own sisters. He's done horrendous things to his own children. Ike has done horrible things, folks, and to people that know him. Yeah, we've gotten all kinds of information about this guy. He's a very dangerous man. And to go around acting like he's scared, like, get out of here, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now, man, all your trolling and your nonsense and your bullshit, in the end, that ain't gonna save you. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, I want more than anything to be in a court of law with him, sitting across from me. And I hope to God, I hope and pray to my God, the Father of Christ, that this situation is dealt with. You want to talk about justice for Mike? Dude, I want justice for not just me, but for everybody that you've wronged, Mike. All the people that you've hurt over the years. Stop talking about all the people that I've hurt. You can't find these people. All the people that claim that I hurt them are all right there in your little group. That's it. That's all you got. That little sorry sack of people. You ain't got no people down here that I deal with in my everyday life that are coming forward and saying I've hurt them, because I haven't. You stupid ass. You've been a cold, calculating spider for years and years. And all of this war that you started, it's all going to be laid down at your doorstep where it belongs. Right there. So shut up, Ike. Nobody wants to hear from you anymore. Everybody's sick and tired of you. So go and be a sycophant for Barton, and he can be a sycophant for you. And go ahead and hang out with your buddy Goofy Larry, the former Texas lawman, the biggest liar this side of the Pecos, and that fat goofball that's always loving to call people fat. Clef, dude, you know what you look like, okay, inside and out, and you're a coward. You are a coward. Every one of you is a coward. That's why you're always talking about the law enforcement, because you know that you can't do nothing without that. You talk a lot of shit, and then you throw in the police because you're scared, because you want them to protect you. But the police, if you're talking to the police, they need to tell you to shut up and stop antagonizing, because that's what you're trying to do. But I'm not stupid, and you're going to see how smart I really am. You think I'm stupid? Watch what happens. You've been playing all this time, doing all this crap, making all this. You're so far behind in the race, you think you're in the lead. Well, guess what, dude? Smart people do what smart people do, and dumb people do what you do. I got to go, folks. I will see you guys. Remember, tomorrow night on the show, it's the Patreon. There's going to be a Patreon show. I'm sorry I couldn't make it tonight. I got a blistering headache, and we've got some family issues over here. Pray for me, pray for Nelly, pray for everybody. Everybody's not feeling too good. Not
it's right now, brother. Just before you
emotional training. Yeah, I'm angry though, Abe, and I don't want to go to God with an angry heart, but I will respect you if you want to pray. I'm not going to pray right now. I will pray later because I'm so angry right now.
All righty, brother. I'll pray after when you leave. I can do a prayer for all.
Because I just don't want to. I don't believe in going to God with an angry heart because I can't honor God.
In the beginning, I was told to pray, but I was just focused on what I had to say. But I will do a prayer before we go. Well, after after.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off and let you pray, and I got a lot of praying to do too. Because I don't want to be an angry man. I want to be a decent man. I'm not no righteous person. I admit to my flaws. I don't go around being like some fake pious person. I got my flaws, but I admit when I'm wrong, and I've admitted to my part in all of this. These people can't admit to nothing, but they're going to have to, because I'm going to spend every available dime I have pursuing this. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least you shoot your shot to try to make it work so that no one else will have to suffer like this. Because this has been a nightmare for me and for my family. And I never dreamed when I joined into this, community. When I joined this community, 6-7 years ago, I never, or what is it now, 9 years ago, I never thought that I would go through this kind of hell. I never dreamed that it would be like this. I thought I could just be friends with people, and I was told that that's not how it was. And now I see it. But and I could have taken advice from you too, Abe, when you were telling me years ago about these people. And I wanted to give people the benefit of the doubt. I learned my lesson.
I was always telling you, always maintain your love foundation. That's so because I know what you were going through. I was seeing all the things. I could see who was who. And I said, brothers, you're a stranger. You need to maintain your love foundation. They're falling into their hands. Like what I did here tonight, I wasn't mad. I just was addressing the issue, and that's what they want. They want us to be mad because if you're mad, anger, that's a spiritual opening. And so they're doing those things intentionally to get you pissed off, to cause division within family, for people to be upset and stuff like that. Uh, so we're going to tie bind and rebuke that in Jesus Christ's name, because we're going to maintain our heavenly love foundation, the unity within our loved ones, because our loved ones are here because they love us. They're not at fault of what they're trying to do. So we can take anything out on our loved ones, because, like, I didn't tell my wife what I'm going through or nothing like that. She just sees sometimes the things that I post, but I just keep it to myself. But I'm not going to take it out on my loved ones.
Yeah,
My
absolutely.
loved ones are here because they love me and I love them. So I'm going to maintain my love foundation. But I
Yeah.
had an issue, so people can be aware not to believe or bite into the lies of these people, that I had to address them. That's why I did the show. But our loved ones are here because they love us. So
Well, my
don't let
love right here, Abe.
anybody interfere your heavenly love foundation of your home, of your vessel, because it's exactly what they're trying to do. So we tie bind and rebuke any witchcraft or necromancy that they're trying to do in that manner at this time, for it to remain with the sender, because we don't accept that negativity. Me as a veteran, I could think a completely person, but I was in the military a long time ago. I made CS and I am who I am right now. Yeah, I wear the hat. Look at my hair. I wear the hat. I need to get me a haircut. Wear the hat because I served, right? Where I've been, freaking fought three different armies in the front lines, and I have three Bronze Star medals for valor for fighting three different fronts, three Bronze Stars in combat. That's on my DD-214. I was looking at it because I was in the front lines. I was in combat, and I was like, man. But that's not what defines me as a person. It's the things that I do that defines me. But yeah, just got to maintain your love foundation, and just remember the people that are around you are there because they love you, they care about you. At one time, I was the type of person, Brother Judge Turner, that I always stood alone, like I was a loner. I wouldn't go out with my brothers, even though I got three brothers. I was always a loner, going by myself everywhere.
Do that.
But as you get older, you try to do the best that you can for your family, because they're the ones that are going to remain afterwards, right? It's our loved ones. So I had my son's birthday on the 18th, which that's a happy moment. That's when he was born. And then now on the 21st is honoring my mother. And I remember there was one of those ladies that said something bad about her, and I can't remember who. I think it was Janice. I can't remember who it was. There was a lady that said something bad about my mother at the time was the month that I was mourning her. That I pay my homage to her. And then I told her that's not good to say, because you're not supposed to make fun of the dead. And next thing you know, a tornado hit her house, and she lost her home. I know if y'all remember that, but she lost her
Vaguely.
home.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't keep up with everything. That's all that's happened. There's been so much of it,
The tornado took her house. But that's we don't wish bad towards nobody, but that's up to the Heavenly Father, right? He's the one that protects us. If something like that happened, it's because she had to be doing some witchcraft or necromancy or had bad intentions. But he's a protector and avenger.
All right, Abe. Well, I'm going to jump off here, man. I appreciate it.
God bless you, brother. And thank you for jumping on, bringing the paratroopers. Thank you to all the paratroopers. God bless you, brother.
And to everybody that listened, and I hope people will listen to this video and understand what we've gone through and what we're going through. And I just hope and pray over the coming weeks that we can actually do with what we need to do with these people. Nothing violent, because I don't want violence, because that would just make them be able to go, look how they are. That's not. Yeah, we don't want to be them. That's what they want to do. We want to do the legal thing, and we want to, go after these people legally. And that's my plan. That's my whole plan.
Amen.
I got to let my dogs out here again. So I've had them put up while I've been on the phone because they're pretty rambunctious. And my other dogs are up here jumping on the bed. So I got to get going, Abe. It was good talking to you, man. And I'm sorry about your mom. And I would pray with you, like I said, but I got so much anger in my heart right now.
That's all right, brother.
Yeah, man.
God bless you. And thank you
Pray
again
that I
for jumping in.
get out of this anger too, because I got things to do. I got work to do. And tomorrow I got a lot to do. And I got business meetings to deal with and paperwork to deal with. And,
The best advice I can tell you, brother Josh, is I remember when I was in an army, I was in the field in the tank, and I was pulling radio watch, and I heard somebody call me by my first name. In the military, we were called by our last name, right, which is CS. So I heard somebody call me by my first name. I took on my CVC and I jumped up on top of the TC satch, and I'm looking. I don't see nobody. So I go back down and I put on my CBC because I was putting radio watch. And then next thing you know, my name is being called again. And I go look, and what was freaked out is I seen somebody that looked like me inside my vehicle. But I'm like, there's no way my vehicle can be out here. So when I looked again, the vehicle was gone with a person that looked like me, like a Doblo hanger. So I jumped in back inside I started doing continued doing the radio watch. I heard my name again, but louder. So I took off my CBC and I'm looking, and I said, hello? And then I heard it real loud. And it sounded like thunder, lightning, and all of Mother Nature itself speaking to me. He said, tell your brothers and sisters, how do you expect me to help them if they don't let me in? Tell them to let me in, to open their doors and their windows and let me in. If they want, I can bless them and I can heal them, but they have to let me in. And that was the last thing I heard, right? And then he said, you don't have to be on tanks no more. The voice sounded very powerful. And I made the mistake of saying, how could that be? If I just re-enlisted. I just re-enlisted for 4 more years in the military. You know what the voice said to me? It said, well, here we go, Brother Josh Turner.
Cut off.
The voice said to me, when he told me, the voice, it sounded very loud. He said, you don't have to be on tanks no more. What you had to do then, but you don't have to be on tanks no more. And this is the mistake that I did. I said, how can that be? I just re-enlisted 4 years. And you know what he said? Where's your faith? I was like, well, I'm sorry. I was like, when he said, I'm sorry. And I started, just like put my head down because the Heavenly Father was speaking to me. So next thing you know, I didn't hear nothing no more. So in my mind, I'm like, man, how is things are going to happen? And also, I'll just leave my faith in Him, right? And I finished the radio watch. I fell asleep sitting down. When I woke up in the morning, I couldn't feel the left side of my body. That they had to call the medics and get me out of the tank because I couldn't move my left side. They didn't know what was going on. They took me to the hospital. They did EKGs and all kinds of things. No signs of heart attacks or strokes, but I was still numb from the left side of my body. So as I was waiting for the Humvee to come pick me up, there was this lady there, and she's like, "What's the matter, mijo?" What was weird is that I could feel the presence of my mother. Like her spirit was, my mom's spirit was in the woman. And the woman said, "Come with me." I told her what was going on. She took me to all the way to the end of the hospital, and there was this room called the CSEP, where it's for veterans or for people that are at the Gulf. So maybe she made me fill out some the computer questions. She set up an appointment for me. Like within a week, I went back to them and I got diagnosed with epilepsy from a blow to the head that I got in the military. They gave me a profile. They call it the dead man profile because all the things that are there that I'm supposed to have to go to wear, like Kevlars, and I couldn't wear Kevlar on my head no more. So with that dead man profile, I couldn't do my job, perform my duties anymore. In which I never stepped back on a tank again. That's how the Heavenly Father works. He said, "Where's your faith?" He's the one that made all that happen. He puts people in place to assist us. And I'll leave that at that. So the last 3 years or 2 years and a half, I was in the Army. I was just doing odd little jobs for my unit, but I never went back to the field, never wore a Kevlar again or got placed in the area because, I left my faith in Him. Just like when these people think that they're trying to do something bad towards me, I leave my faith in Him because He's the one that takes care of situations. I mean, they can say whatever they want to say, that I say certain things, but I leave everything to the Heavenly Father. I have no bad intentions towards anybody, but I do have my faith. My faith has always been with me anywhere I've gone in the world, even in combat. I prayed before, during, and after, just like I do to this day. But in saying that, that's all I wanted to talk to y'all about. That the Heavenly Father does exist, and if you pray, He listens to your prayers. You gotta have that relationship with Him in order for you to get blessed, for you to be healed. You gotta have the relationship with Him. He's awesome. That's all I can tell you. I've seen His presence. My brother has seen His presence. Not everybody's perfect, right? But He does love His children. We are His children regardless of what side of the balance we are. But at the same time, He will discipline us like a child. You discipline a child. If you're going off on the wrong path, you're gonna make something happen, and let you know, like, hey, what you doing? Come back to me. And you're gonna come back to Him. Especially if He's done blessed you to continue to keep on living, save for certain situations. He wants you to be obedient and do the good deeds. I believe that's what Brother Josh Turner is doing on Paranormal Table. Just like I'm doing the same thing, we're trying to do the good things. So and I forgive the people daily that come at me in a negative way. And I'll say it right now, I have nothing bad against anybody, no intentions of doing anything bad towards nobody, because I rather have my love foundation than be angry in any kind of way, shape, or form. So I'm gonna just continue to leave it to the Heavenly Father. Maintain my love, man. Love y'all. Need a little bit of more love in this world. That's what's going to take to overcome the spiritual warfare we're at right now. There is spiritual warfare. You see my videos, my short reels. They're around, man. Love foundation is the key. I can't hear you, Brother Josh. I see you.
I said, oh yeah, I agree. Well, I got to bounce because I got to go. My fast,
sir.
I got to go back on my fast in 30 minutes, man. I got to eat something before, and I don't go to bed till about 9 in the morning. So,
Alrighty, brother. God bless you.
okay. Bless you too, man. I'll see you.
Yes, sir.
Well, good night.
And saying that, brothers and sisters, I would like to finish just with a prayer. Yeah, but before I go, yeah, I got my. I've seen a lot of things being a combat veteran. You know, who wasn't out there playing with tanks? You know, when you're placed in an environment, we train 24/7. We know that part of our training is because if we get sent to war, we have to go into office or defense. We know what the stipulations are when you're in a combat environment. Either some people are going to live, and some people are going to die. You know, that's part of war. But I've seen a lot of things, so overcome a lot of things. And you know, if people can respect where I've been or what I've done, the only thing I can tell them is that they're barking up the wrong tree. And if you think that I'm out of shape, uh, you got me wrongly mistaken. Yeah, I might have a little bit of gut, but I mean, I'm 56 years old right now. A little bit of gut, but I have a lot more muscle than gut compared to some of the people that are coming up against me. Uh, they're way younger than me, and they're real bent out of shape. That's all I'm saying. And the only thing I can tell y'all is do something about it. If you're unhappy the way you are, do something about it. Do some working out. Go walking around. You know, walk a couple of blocks, a mile, 2 miles a day, 3 miles. Build up so you can feel better about yourself. But I'm going to finish this off with a prayer. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray uh, for Paranormal Round Table for Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nella Turner, Anthony, Tony, Sister Madeline, as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on them from head to toe. We place heavenly spiritual crosses on the doorways, on the windows. We place heavenly spiritual crosses in their property, on their animals, pets, any belongings. If there's any witchcraft or necromancy that is being done to them or to me, that's why I'm placing heavenly spiritual crosses from head to toe on me, on my family members, on my doorways, and on my windows. We tie up, we tie bind and rebuke the witchcraft and necromancy for it to remain with the sender. Send your heavenly angels, the Holy Spirit, to cleanse our homes, our foundations. Uh, do a cleansing, Heavenly Father, as we tie bind and rebuke uh, the unclean spirits that are around us. We tie bind and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. For you to continue to bless us with a heavenly foundation, Heavenly Father, uh, and for anybody that's trying to do anything negative, for them to continue to fail and stumble. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for everything that you blessed me with. I appreciate you, and prayers for anybody that's sick or any of the viewers that might be sick or ill, or they have a family member that's the hospital. We pray for them to be healed immediately from whatever they're going through. And I would like to make spiritual connection with my mother. I love you, Mom. Uh, Greatly miss you, but I know you're with me in spirit. Uh, in saying that, thank you, Heavenly Father. This I pray in your name. Amen. In saying that, good night, everybody, from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters from Soren Cias. Maybe I'll share some stories in honor of my mother later on tonight, do an early show or something, or I'll do watch Paranormal Roundtable. Then I'll do something in honor of her. But God bless you, brothers and sisters, and always maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation. Um, it's important. Good night, and God bless y'all and your family. Peace out, everybody.